Chapter 438. Yunjoga felt like she was going to die. Her thoughts gradually drifted away. Suddenly, a gentle voice called out to her, "Goddess, the candidate for godly husband is already waiting in the main hall. Would you like to go and take a look?" Divine husband. What the hell was that? Yunjoga opened her eyes and found that the blood cocoon was gone. The tower was gone, too. In its place was a grand palace. She was reclining on a soft couch made of spirit jade. She wore a gorgeous robe made of phoenix feathers, and the South Pole star on it reflected a gentle light. The one who called out to her was a tall and handsome man with curved horns like a sheep. His black hair was curled like seaweed, and his long and narrow eyes were pitch black. His lips were rather sexy, and he wore black armor. His palms were covered in black scales. Wasn't this Wanshaw's real body? She saw it in the maze. Yunjoga was about to ask Wanshaw what was going on, but she couldn't help but say, "I know. Let's go take a look." She then stood up and walked forward, with Wanshaw following by her side loyally. There were 2 rows of handsome men standing in the white jade hall. Each of them had their own merits, but they were all extremely outstanding. The man at the front was tall and slender. His black hair was like crow feathers, and his face was as white as jade. There was a 7-inch purple horn on his head that reflected a mysterious light. His purple eyes were extremely demonic, and his petal-like lips were like a blooming mandala flower. Beautiful, powerful, and terrifying. Even a demon emperor couldn't compare to him. It was Zishang. Yunjoga saw Zishang and got excited. "Why are you here? Tell me, what the hell is this place?" Unfortunately, Zishang couldn't hear her. His demonic purple eyes were staring at her passionately. Yunjoga had known Zishang for so many years, but this was the first time she saw him with such a lively expression. "What's your name?" Yunjoga's cold voice sounded in the hall. "I'm Zishang." Zishang smiled elegantly. His eyes flashed with admiration, infatuation, possession, and conquest. He was charming and full of life. "You're the one." Yunjoga reached out a white finger, and a powerful golden spirit light landed on Zishang. This was the memory of her previous life. Yunjoga suddenly came to a realization. He didn't expect to obtain it in such a way. She had always been curious about her past life, and now was the perfect opportunity to understand just how much of a scumbag she was in her past life. Yunjoga began to look through her memories seriously. The memories seemed to have sensed her feelings and started to replay them from the beginning. In his previous life, Yunjoga was a daughter of divine blood. Not only did she have divine power and the ability to predict the future, she had also inherited the wealth and power of the divine palace. She was the most powerful and noble woman on the continent. When she reached the age of mating, the major races began to compete fiercely, sending the strongest and most charming men to the divine palace for her to choose from. Yunjoga took a liking to Zishang at first glance, and that night, they rolled in the sheets. Not only was Zishang powerful, but he was also talented in that aspect. He was very compatible with Yunjoga, so it was only natural that he would become her fiancé. Just as the divine palace began to prepare for their wedding, Yunjoga suddenly discovered that a great calamity was about to descend. Only the Son of Life could stop this calamity. Yunjoga had deduced that her child was the child of life. In order to conceive the child of life, Yunjoga began to crazily mate with Zishang. Unfortunately, she had no success. She believed that Zishang was not lucky enough to be the father of the child of life, so she opened a harem and chose the strongest warriors from the major races. She found many lovers to try, and even pushed down her own bodyguard, Wanshaw. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, she still failed to conceive the child of life. The calamity soon arrived. The sky above the divine palace was filled with blood clouds, and heaven and earth roared. A hole actually appeared in the sky. In order to delay the arrival of the calamity, she could only use her body to mend the sky. Moreover, after sacrificing her body, her soul had to enter the cycle of reincarnation to find a way to stop the calamity. Yunjoga had not been called the goddess by her believers for so many years for nothing. At the critical moment, she flew up and used her body to mend the sky, and her soul entered the cycle of reincarnation. However, when her soul was reincarnating, something went wrong. In the end, she ran to a different spacetime and became the ruthless chief secret agent who was proficient in both medicine and poison. It was only when the Yi clan's first wife-daughter died tragically in the 10,000 feet abyss that her soul returned to the Azure Waves continent. Then, she met Zishang, who had waited for her for 1,000 years. After that, she began a journey of torturing love. Jyoga, Jyoga. Zishang's anxious voice sounded far and near, as if it came from 1,000 years in the future. Yunjoga wanted to respond, but she was trapped in her memories and couldn't move. Jyoga, quickly open your mouth. Zishang shouted again. Yunjoga opened her mouth in a daze, and she felt an incomparably strange smell sliding down her throat. After she subconsciously swallowed it, her divine sense exploded, and she fell to the ground like fireworks. Jyoga, Jyoga. Zishang's voice became much clearer this time. Yunjoga could even hear the little baby scream, Master, please don't die, I don't want to be sealed for another 1,000 years, shut up. Yunjoga had a headache from the little baby's noise, and couldn't help but scold, so noisy. Master, it's great that you're alive, it's great. The little baby continued to scream. Yunjoga gave up on stopping it. She opened her eyes and saw Zishang looking at her worriedly, Are you okay? I'm fine. Yunjoga murmured, and in a trance, she remembered the high-spirited and extraordinary arrogant Zishang in her memory. Originally, he should have held a wedding with her, and stand with her at the top of the divine palace to accept the worship of believers. But because of the oracle, he became a big joke in the end. What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Zishang touched his face. Could it be that his face was blooming? I just feel that I was too stupid and conceited before. Yunjoga felt ashamed when she thought of the stupid things she did in her previous life. Just because of a vague and unfounded prediction, she wanted to be pregnant with the son of life, and even did something as stupid as opening a harem. You were also doing it for the sake of the world in the past. Zishang's expression was sad. In his previous life, Yunjoga had stepped on his self-esteem and pride. How could he not hate or resent her? But when he saw the catastrophe come, and Yunjoga used her body to mend the heavens, and her soul entered the cycle of reincarnation, his heart still hurt as if it had been smashed. In the end, he gave up everything to follow her. Even if she hurt him again in this life, he would have no regrets. In the past, I was stupid to do it for the sake of the world. In this life, I am only doing it for you. Yunjoga said word by word. Chapter 439. Yunjoga felt that she was an idiot in her past life. As the saying went, everyone was responsible for the rise and fall of the world. There were so many races and so many almighty beings. If there was a catastrophe, everyone would face it together. She was the only one who foolishly sacrificed herself to mend the sky. It was useless to mend the key points. The catastrophe was only delayed and not resolved. The sky would break in the future, and the catastrophe would still come. In this life, she had a broken body. Other than the amazing memories from her past life, the advantage of the god's blood was gone. It was impossible for her to use her body to mend the sky. Under such circumstances, Yunjoga felt that it was necessary to spread the news of the catastrophe and mobilize all the forces that could be combined to fight against it. If her identity as the goddess was still useful, she was willing to be the organizer. However, she could forget about sacrificing herself. She would never let Zishang down in this life. Zishang looked at Yunjoga blankly. In the past, the goddess was always high and mighty. Even if they slept on the same bed, it was out of reach. She was the goddess who belonged to the people of the world, not a demon like him. He had no right to monopolize her. He did not even dare to think about it. However, Yunjoga said that she only did it for him in this life. Was he dreaming? It's not a dream. It's exactly what you think. Yunjoga wrapped her arms around Zishang's neck and kissed him hard. This man was worth cherishing. Zishang hugged Yunjoga tightly and kissed her back passionately. His wish of 1,000 years had come true. He was so excited that he wanted to push Yunjoga down and have sex with her. Cough, cough, cough. The furious Yusha coughed so hard that he almost spat his saliva on the two of them. Yunjoga then realized that she was still on the platform. Yusha's eyes were about to spit fire. Leng Hui and Leng Bai were staring at them with their mouths agape. Yunjoga pretended to be calm and pushed Zishang away. She stood up and asked, "How's the demonic embryo?" "It's about to break out of the cocoon after sucking your blood." "Try calling it," Zishang answered readily. "All right, I'll try." Yunjoga closed her eyes and began calling the grass soul seed. "Master, Master, I'm here. I really thought I was going to be eaten by the monster. Fortunately, Master saved me." The grass soul seed's lively voice came from the blood-red cocoon. "Can you control the demon fiend embryo now?" Yunjoga asked. Of course, the demon fetus had no consciousness to begin with. "I've completely devoured it now, so I'll be able to see you soon," the grass soul seed replied eagerly. "Then hurry up." Yunjoga opened his eyes and saw that the blood-red cocoon was pulsing rhythmically. The baby inside was waving his little hands, trying to break out. "How is it?" Zishang asked. "Very smoothly. The demonic embryo is ours. Now, we can give it a name. How about we call it Little Grass?" Yunjoga said with a smile. "Sure." Zishang nodded. He felt that the name Xiao Chao was very appropriate for the devilish fetus. "Miss Yun, have you really subdued the devilish fetus?" Leng Hui looked at Yunjoga excitedly. "That's right. When it breaks out of the cocoon, we can go to the 9th floor and kill Cho Shan," Yunjoga said confidently. That's great, that's great. Brother, did you hear that? Did you hear that?" Leng Hui hugged Leng Bai and shouted madly. He patted Leng Bai's back. "I know. Calm down, big brother." Leng Bai felt that big brother was strangling him very badly, especially when he felt a sharp pain on his back. It was as if something had pierced through his muscles and was drilling into his body. "I can't calm down." Leng Hui pushed Leng Bai away and pounced towards Yunjoga at lightning speed. Yusha had been paying attention to Leng Hui's movements. She immediately stretched out her hand and tied Leng Hui up with a black rope. "Cho Shan, stop hiding. Come out." "What do you mean?" Leng Bai asked in shock. "Idiot, you don't even understand. Cho Shan has been hiding on Leng Hui's body. He wasn't repelled at all." Yusha looked at Leng Bai with pity. "That's impossible." Leng Bai did not believe it. Big brother was familiar with the scent along the way. "So you've already noticed?" Leng Hui's eyes instantly turned red. His voice turned sinister as well. "I've spent a lot of effort to cultivate the devilish fetus. I won't allow you to take it away. As soon as he finished speaking, a raging murderous aura exploded from his body. He broke free from the rope and turned into a ferocious black tiger that pounced towards Yusha. Yusha's cultivation base had dropped greatly after using the demonic fire earlier. There was no way she could defend herself against this murderous aura attack. She quickly shouted, "Zishang, save me." Although Zishang did not want to save her, he did not want Yunjoga to think that he was ruthless. He could only float towards Yusha unwillingly. He struck a spiritual light and destroyed the ferocious black tiger. After the tiger disappeared, more murderous aura descended from the top of the tower. They turned into countless black clouds and surged towards Zishang. However, Zishang blocked them all. The battle between the two was so intense that the entire tower was shaking. Yunjoga did not care about Zishang and Cho Shan's battle. She stared intently at the grass soul seed struggling in the blood-red cocoon, wondering if she should lend it a hand. However, breaking out of the cocoon was an important test for any living being. She would only cause more trouble if she tried to help. She decided to watch first. "Miss Yun, can you think of a way to save my big brother?" Lang Bai came to Yunjoga's side. His face was so pale that it seemed transparent. His voice was filled with pleading. "I can't guarantee that. Let's wait until they're done fighting." Yunjoga shook her head. Previously, they had tried so hard to help Lang Hui break free from Cho Shan's control. However, they failed in the end. This meant that Lang Hui's soul was not strong enough. It was even weaker than the Grand Preceptor's. It would be difficult to save him this time. Moreover, Yunjoga was not in the mood to care about these things. She was a woman who wanted to save the world. She had to leave this place quickly and mobilize the major clans to fight against this calamity. "Miss Yun, you can even subdue the demonic embryo. You must have a way to save my big brother." Lang Bai knelt down in front of Yunjoga and begged her. "He's my only big brother. Please save him. Didn't I say?" Yunjoga did not expect Lang Bai to be so stubborn. Just as she was about to chase him away, she did not expect him to suddenly explode. A ball of black murderous aura enveloped Yunjoga's entire body. Lang Bai grabbed Yunjoga and flew to the top of the tower. Lang Hui, who was fighting with Zishang and the others, instantly turned into a rotten corpse. "Put Joga down!" Yusha shouted angrily. She did not expect to be killed by Cho Shan. "If you tell me the way to control the demonic embryo obediently, not only will I let you leave this place, I will also personally send you to the transportation formation to return to the ferocious corpse mystic realm. How about that?" Lang Bai smiled. His fair, almost transparent face changed. In the end, he turned into a handsome man. Chapter 440. Cho Shan, let her go first. Yusha saw the black aura wrapped around Yunjoga. She was so anxious that her internal organs were on fire. "Let her go. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Cho Shan laughed. Back then, he fought with his junior brother Cho Sen in the Fiend Corpse Mystery Land. He was injured and his body was crushed. Only his soul fell into this mystery land with thin spiritual energy. He suffered a lot to get his revenge. It took him 100 years to finally succeed. As long as he got the way to control the demonic fetus, he could take his revenge and wipe out the entire Dark Soul Mountain. Hurry up and think of a way to save Joga." Yusha glared at Zishang. If her body wasn't on the verge of collapse, she would have rushed in to save Yunjoga a long time ago. "Don't worry. Joga will be fine." Zishang stared at the black aura in shock. He seemed to have smelled God's blood. "You think I don't dare to kill her?" Cho Shan thought Zishang was provoking him. He raised his right hand and the tower shook. The huge black aura swept over and drowned Yunjioge like a tide. I will count to 10. If you don't agree, I will kill her and take out her soul to interrogate slowly. Cho Shan looked at Zishang and Yusha like a cat playing with a mouse. Don't you dare. Yusha wanted to charge forward but Zishang stopped her. Smell it carefully. Isn't this smell familiar? Zishang asked solemnly. What smell is familiar? Yusha's meridians were mostly burnt. Her senses weren't as sensitive as before. Your master's smell, Zishang said word by word. Master. Yusha was stunned. His only master was Lady Goddess. Could Lady Goddess have awakened? He calmed himself down and felt it carefully. He really did smell a scent that was extremely dignified and noble. That scent was like it was made from 10,000 years old ice. It made one's entire soul tremble. So, do you still want to charge forward? Zishang saw that Yusha had woken up and let go of her hand. No need. Yusha looked at Cho Shan with pity. Poor guy. He didn't know what kind of terrifying thing he had caught. He actually dared to threaten the Lady Goddess. He wouldn't even know how he died. Humph, deliberately mystifying things. Do you think I'll fall for it? Cho Shan did not take the conversation between Zishang and Yusha seriously at all. He decided to teach the two of them a lesson. With a wave of his hand, the black baneful aura surrounding Yunjioge slowly tightened. Filthy ant, who gave you the courage to provoke me? A cold and dignified voice rang out. It was like an immortal voice from the ninth heaven, reverberating throughout the entire tower. Who is it? Cho Shan had never thought that there would be a fourth person in the tower. He immediately looked around nervously. However, he discovered that Yunjioge, who should have been struggling in his baleful aura cage, had changed. There seemed to be a flame burning between her brows. The phoenix feather flower was as dazzling as a nirvana phoenix. Streaks of red patterns spread from her forehead down. The demonic face that had been deeply poisoned slowly faded away. Her face was as white as jade, like a snowy mountain sealed in ice for thousands of miles. Her black eyes were emotionless, like black iron that had been buried for thousands of years. The color of her lips was extremely light. It was as if she had abandoned all emotions and desires, leaving only holiness behind. Golden red light wings spread out behind her, illuminating the world with the light of God. Who are you? Cho Shan could not stop trembling. You don't deserve to know who I am. Yunjioge's indifferent gaze fell upon Cho Shan. He could not help but tremble. He felt like a lowly commoner. He did not deserve to raise his head to look at the goddess. He did not even deserve to grovel at her feet. Yunjioge flicked her finger. Cho Shan's soul flew up automatically. He looked at her with the most worshipful gaze. He opened up his soul consciousness without reservation, allowing Yunjioge to see. Treasure map, Arcane Realm, Cho Sen. Interesting. After Yunjioge finished reading, she tapped her finger lightly. Cho Shan turned into a wisp of green smoke and flew toward the grass soul seed that was still struggling in the blood-red cocoon. After the grass soul seed swallowed the devilish fetus's consciousness, its power was greatly reduced. It was extremely difficult for it to break out of the cocoon. However, it could not ask its master for help. Just as the grass soul seed's strength was getting weaker and weaker, Cho Shan's soul suddenly flew over. It turned into the purest energy and was injected into its body. The grass soul seed finally broke out of the blood-red cocoon and climbed out. Master, master. The grass soul seed panted heavily. It wanted to crawl toward its master but found that its little fat legs had no strength at all. Why do you look like this? Yunjoga looked at the chubby little thing in front of her speechlessly. Its little black eyes were squeezed into two lines by the fat. Its cheeks drooped down. Even its nose could not be seen. The little fat on its body was like layers of tires. This overweight appearance did not match the legendary devil fetus that could destroy the heavens and earth. Master, don't look at me like this. When I grow up, I will be very powerful, the grass soul seed hurriedly promised. It had only swallowed the devilish fetus's consciousness. It could not completely merge with the devilish fetus's body. When it completely absorbed the devilish fetus's power, it would become its master's most powerful fighter. Master, master, let Xiao Chao come to the demonic tripod to accompany me, the little baby shouted impatiently. It had raised the grass soul seed. It was half its son. It had the responsibility to take care of the grass soul seed. Go in. Yunjoga pointed lightly and Xiao Chao was absorbed into the demonic tripod. The two little fatties hugged each other and started talking affectionately. The little baby's face was full of love. He had completely immersed himself in the role of an elder. After Yunjoga dealt with the grass soul seed, his gaze shifted and landed on Yusha. Her eyes were noble and cold. There was a sense of tension and oppression. It made people feel respect from the bottom of their hearts. Goddess. Yusha's eyes were red with excitement. She immediately knelt down on one knee and looked up at her most respected master with admiration. From today onwards, you will regain your identity as the head guard of the divine palace. I order you to go back and lead the devilish race. Prepare for the catastrophe. Yunjoga reached out to Yusha. A dot of golden light fell into her Baihui acupoint. Yusha's physical body shattered into pieces, revealing Wansha's true soul. The goddess's lover could not hold a position in the divine palace. When Wansha was taken into Yunjoga's harem, his identity as the head guard was also taken back. Now that he had regained his title, it meant that he was no longer a member of Yunjoga's harem. Yes, your subordinate will go back and conquer the devilish race. Wansha's expression was calm. He was the goddess' most loyal head guard first and then her lover. The change of identity was all up to the goddess. He would obey all her orders unconditionally. Chapter 441. Zishang stood at the side and watched silently. He knew that Wansha was more loyal to Yunjoga, which was why he tolerated Wansha staying by her side. Go do what you need to do. I will contact you when I return to the demon realm. Yunjoga was very satisfied with Wansha's attitude. He was indeed her most loyal guard captain. Yes. Wansha bowed towards Yunjoga once more and left without further ado. After Wansha left, only Yunjoga and Zishang were left in the empty tower. Why are you looking at me like that? Yunjoga looked at Zishang's nervous expression and smiled slyly. Do you still mean what you said just now? In this life, only he cared about such words. He believed Yunjoga, but he didn't dare to believe Lady Goddess. Of course I do. Yunjoga flapped her wings and landed beside Zishang. Her noble, cold, and dignified face had a funny expression. She was no different from before. Zishang wasn't used to Yunjoga like this. He asked hesitantly, has your god blood recovered? No, I just have some in my consciousness. It's just enough to act cool, Yunjoga answered honestly. The bit of god blood she had could crush a small shrimp like Cho Shan, but it wasn't enough to deal with powerful beings. It was even more impossible for her to use it on the sky. Then save it for the critical moment. Zishang breathed a sigh of relief. Though Yunjoga recovering her god blood was beneficial to the world, he still preferred her like this. Don't worry, I won't pretend. There were no outsiders in the tower, so she pretended to be familiar with it. She definitely wouldn't dare to do anything outside. Her messy lovers from her previous life were still looking for her. If they knew she had lost her power, she would be screwed. One had to know that the beautiful men in her harem were very cruel. They could turn on you at any time and eat you up. Oh, what did you see with Cho Shan's soul? Zishang believed Yunjoga knew what she was doing, so he asked another question. Cho Shan and Cho Sen are brothers. They both chased after the daughter of the Purple Cloud sect's leader, Nan Gongyu, and traveled together. Later on, the three of them accidentally obtained a treasure map. They followed the treasure map and entered a mystic realm. Unfortunately, Nan Gongyu's soul was lost before she could understand the situation in the secret realm. Cho Sen was cursed in order to save her, but Cho Shan escaped unscathed because he ran fast. Cho Sen wanted to return to the mystic realm to search for Nan Gongyu's soul, but the treasure map disappeared automatically when they left the mystic realm. After that, the two of them split up to search. Cho Shan had just found the most important part of the treasure map when he was plotted against by Cho Sen and fell into this mystic realm. Yunjoga told the whole story in one breath. Zishang was not interested in the emotional entanglement between Cho Shan, Cho Sen, and Nan Gongyu. He only wanted to know two questions. First, what is the secret realm on this treasure map? Second, why did Cho Sen attack your grandfather? These questions are complicated. Let's go to the 9th floor and get the treasure map first. Cho Shan was dead and the tower could collapse at any time. It was too dangerous to stay there. All right. Zishang pulled Yunjoga's hand and walked towards the 9th level. Anyway, he would always be by her side, and she could talk whenever she wanted. Wait. Yunjoga looked at the unconscious Lang Imo in the corner. If they did not move him out, he would die when the tower collapsed. Why are you still caring about him? Lang Imo was just an insignificant person in Zishang's eyes. The Grey Kingdom needs him, and so does Bao Air. Yunjoga had stayed in the Grey Kingdom for a while, after all. She still hoped that this small mystic realm would become better. Then I'll send him out now. Zishang liked Yunjoga, who was so kind. He was willing to put in more effort for her. Then you should be a good person to the end and cure him. If the poison in Lang Mo's body was cured, not only would he not be able to have a normal child, but he would also not live for long. All right. Cho Shan was already dead. Curing the poison in his body was a piece of cake. Zishang shot a purple spirit light at Lang Mo. After clearing the poison in his body, he moved him out of the tower. After sending Lang Mo away, Zishang brought Yunjoga to the last floor of the tower. It was a simple and unadorned quiet room. On the left was a tea table made of red spirit wood. On it was a white tea set with blue and white flowers. On the right wall were 3 brown futons. In the corner was a white crane 9-turn-top incense burning inside. The faint fragrance kept circulating in the room. The spiritual energy in the whole quiet room was very dense. The treasure map is here. Zishang glanced at the quiet room and did not find anything special. It's here. Yunjoga walked in front of the incense burner. She reached out and touched the top of the white crane's head. Then, she pressed down on the protrusion in the middle. The white crane's eyes slowly brightened. It opened its mouth and let out a soft cry. Then, it flapped its wings and left the incense burner, flying towards the roof. The wooden roof twisted and changed. The whole quiet room changed again. The tea table and futons all disappeared. The space became very spacious. In the middle was a huge pentagonal teleportation formation. The blood-red lines were very clear. There were medium spirit stones on each of the 5 corners. A ball of light floated above the teleportation formation. There was a brown sheepskin scroll inside. It was the last treasure map. Cho Shan is quite considerate. It was really a teleportation. Zi Shang waved his hand and took the ball of light. After checking that the treasure map was real, he said to Yunjoga, "Let's go. Let's go." Yunjoga and Zi Shang stood on the teleportation formation. With a flash of white light, the two of them disappeared. The 9-storied pagoda was also smashed and turned into ashes. Fiend Corp's secret realm. Cho Sen stood in the safe zone with a gloomy expression. He looked at the black and red sky. There were only 4 hours left until the opening of the Fiend Corp's secret realm. This meant that his mission had failed again. Ever since he failed to capture a flying corpse last time, he wanted to lure another flying corpse over. But for some reason, all the flying corpses had disappeared. Even the number of golden corpses had decreased. After careful calculation, he realized that the fiend chi in the Fiend Corp's secret realm was declining. If this continued, the Fiend Corp's secret realm would not be able to produce any more flying corpses in less than 100 years. When that time came, he would not even be able to find the last treasure map. Cho Sen thought of Nan Gongyu, who was still lying in the forbidden area of Enemy Peak. His heart felt like it was being clenched tightly. Although he used the Blood Lotus to protect Nan Gongyu's physical body, if he did not find her soul, it would be difficult for her to fully recover in the future. For a moment, Cho Sen really wanted to stay in the Fiend Corp's secret realm for another 100 years. Elder, Senior Apprentice Brother Mo and the others want to ask when you will be gathering at the gathering place. Si Yue walked over and asked softly. The disciples of Joyous Union Sect and Black Fiend Sect had already gone to the gathering place to wait. Now, only the Yin Corp Sect disciples were left. Tell them to pack their things. We will leave in an incense's time. Cho Sen gave up on the idea of staying. The resources here were too scarce. Moreover, he was worried about leaving Nan Gongyu in the forbidden area. Yes. Si Yue heaved a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Cho Sen would go crazy and drag the disciples to stay in the Fiend Corp's secret realm. Just as she was about to turn around and tell Senior Apprentice Brother Mo the good news, a dot of light suddenly appeared in the black and red sky and flew towards them. Chapter 442. Si Yue stared dumbfoundedly at the growing speck of light in the sky. The person in the speck of light looked familiar. It was junior brother Yunjo. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Yunjo-gu realized that she was falling too fast. If this continued, she might kill someone. Cho Sen pulled Si Yue and quickly retreated. Zi Shang, help me. Yunjo-gu had lowered her cultivation to the chi refinement stage when she left the secret realm, so she couldn't control her posture. Zi Shang immediately released a spiritual light to protect her. The two of them crashed to the ground, creating a huge crater in the safe zone. Mo Jingyuan, Jin Yanwei, Wolf Fang, Jin Chuan, Bailan, Yu Zian and the others who heard the commotion all ran out and surrounded the crater. Amidst the dust, Yunjo-gu crawled out of the crater in a sorry state, while Zi Shang was still hidden beside him. Junior brother Yunjo, you're not dead. Wolf Fang looked at Yunjo-gu with wild joy. Senior brother Wolf Fang's greeting is too special. Who would ask if someone was dead or not? Didn't you disappear in the big explosion? Bailan originally thought that she could explain it to her master after Yunjo-gu died. She didn't expect her to appear again. I disappeared in the big explosion, but I didn't expect my luck to be so great that I actually fell into a secret realm. Yunjo-gu began to bluff. There's a secret realm here. Bailan's eyes widened, the others also pricked up their ears. Every opening of a new secret realm meant rich resources. If they could get a share, they would be rich. That's right, there's a small secret realm in this Fiend Corp's secret realm. Yunjo-gu generously admitted. Master, the secret realm that junior brother Yunjo found should belong to our sect. Jin Yanwei felt that the credit should belong to his master. We'll talk about this when we get back to the sect. Cho-sen knew that the small secret realm must be related to Cho-shan. He didn't want to ask about it in front of so many people. Master is right, let's hurry to the gathering place. Jin Yanwei nodded in agreement. Elder, junior brother Yunjo will attract attention if he goes out with us like this. Why don't we let him disguise as your corpse? Yue remembered that when they were fighting the flying corpses, the other 4 demonic sects saw Yunjo-gu and knew that she disappeared after the flying corpses exploded. If Yunjo-gu suddenly appeared, it would make them suspicious and the small secret realm would be exposed. Yu is very thoughtful. Yunjo, it's safer for you to stay by my side. Cho-sen began to think about what kind of corpse he could make Yunjo-gu look like. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Actually, there's nothing good in that secret realm. Even if we tell them, they might not be willing to come. Yunjo-gu did not want to pretend to be Cho-sen's corpse. Who knew if he would take advantage of this chance to make a move, he might as well just say it out loud. Corpse is Yun is. By the flying and is. From the way, in. Chen Shan's then he corpse, the corpse is in the way, into, of the way, you. Yun Chen of the way. Jiaf the Yun. Thou. There. By Yun. Jiu Chen. Thou. That's it. Bai Lan didn't believe him. Every small secret realm had treasures. The secret realm in the secret realm must be special. Of course not. The ores are nothing. The most special thing is that it can change a person's constitution. Yunjo-gu knew that if he didn't tell them something, they wouldn't give up on the small secret realm. What kind of physique can it change? Everyone became excited when they heard this. Haven't you noticed my change? Yunjo-gu blinked and put her hand on her chest. In order to transition back to her original identity, while retaining her original corpse poison appearance, her body had already turned back into a woman's body. Junior brother Yunjo, you. Wolf Fang noticed that Yunjo-ji's body had become more graceful. She had curves, it was clearly a woman's body. That's right. The secret of the small secret realm is that it can turn men into women and women into men. Yunjo-gu revealed a sweet smile. Turning into a woman means castrating yourself. Bai Lan blurted out. Of course not, I'm a woman through and through now. Yunjo-gu swept his long hair behind his ear and narrowed his eyes at Bai Lan as he said, Senior sister Bai, although I have a good temper, my corpse has a violent temper. If you keep talking nonsense, I can't guarantee what will happen. Bai Lan instantly felt a chill on her neck. It was like she was being stared at by a fierce beast. Thinking of the 1,000-year-old living corpse, she immediately suppressed the thought of checking Yunjo-ji's body. She forced a smile and said, Junior brother Yunjo, I was just too surprised. I didn't mean to offend you. You should be magnanimous, don't lower yourself to my level. Yunjo-gu was too lazy to care about her. He turned to Cho-sen and said, Elder, the small secret realm is like this. If anyone doesn't believe me, they can try. But I can't guarantee that they will successfully fall into that place. You didn't make landmarks when you came out. Cho-sen had a serious face. He had a completely professional look on his face. Elder really thinks too highly of me. I'm just a chi condensation disciple that hasn't even seen landmarks before. How could I make such a high-class thing? Making landmarks was a skill that only golden core stage cultivators could learn. The materials needed to make landmarks were terrifying. Only the sect could provide them. In the end, the secret realm would belong to the sect. We'll talk about this when we get back to the sect. For safety's sake, you should pretend to be my corpse and stay by my side. Cho-sen wasn't interested in the small secret realm. He took out a black cloak and gave it to Yoonjo-gu. Just put it on. This cloak is a high-grade shielding device. There's nothing done to it. Put it on. Zishang's voice came over. Disciple understands. Yoonjo-gu put on the cloak and followed beside Cho Sr. Let's go to the gathering place. Cho-sen took out his backbone spur and brought Yoonjo-gu to the gathering place. Si Yue, Bailon, Wolf Fong and the others followed behind them. After flying for around 2 incense sticks of time, they arrived at the gathering place. At this time, the other 4 demon sects had already gathered. Corp sects Emo Jingyuan, Joyful Union sects Feng Ling Air, Thousand Ghost sects Gui Ming, Soul Devouring sects Jian Hun, and Black Fiend sects Li Kun and Jing Wei were all standing. Compared to Corp's sect's complete disciples, the 4 demon sects were missing a lot of people. When they saw them come over, their expressions were very ugly. If Cho-sen hadn't forced them to fight against the demonic corpse tide, they definitely wouldn't have lost so many people while hiding in the safe zone. Chapter 443. The Hehuan sect's Feng Ling Air and the spirit-devouring sect's Thousand Spirits saw Cho-sen come over and thought about it before bowing to him. When the 2 of them saw the cloaked person behind Cho-sen, they were a bit confused. Could this black cloaked person be a life source corpse? The 10,000 Ghost sects Gui Ming and the Black Fiend sects Li Kun also misunderstood and were very angry. If Elder Cho-sen brought a life source corpse in, then why didn't he summon it when they fought against the demon corpse tide, causing them to lose so many disciples? Cho-sen ignored the angry gazes of the elite disciples of the 4 sections. Right now he just wanted to bring Yoonjo-gu back to Enemy Mountain and ask about the matter with Enemy Mountain. Yoonjo-gu stood there in boredom for a while and suddenly found that she had forgotten a very important matter. Everyone needs to hand over 10,000 infernal beads to leave the demon corpse secret realm. I don't have a single one, what should I do? Yoonjo-gu asked Zishang. Was there enough time to kill the demon corpses? Cho-sen will be happy to help you solve this problem. It would be a waste not to use a helper that was delivered to his door. That's right. Yoonjo-gu sent a sound transmission to Cho Sr. I have them here. Not to mention 10,000 infernal beads, Cho-sen could even get 100,000. Many thanks, Elder. Yoonjo-gu waited for the secret realm to open without any pressure. Not long after, the dark red sky of the demon corpse secret realm began to roil. An invisible large palm tore through the sky and grabbed at them. Yoonjo-gu felt this pressure and the remnant god blood in her soul became angry, like she couldn't allow herself to be offended. Zishang noticed her abnormality and grabbed her hand to calm her down. Don't worry, it's just an artifact to pass through the secret realm. I know. Yoonjo-gu took a deep breath and then let out a breath, suppressing the restless god blood in her heart. The large hand grabbed everyone in the gathering area and passed through the clouds, finally leaving the demon corpse secret realm. I'm out, Father is finally out. Woo, 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 I'm still alive, this is great. A few disciples of the 5 sects couldn't help roaring. The demon corpse secret realm was too oppressive and painful. Yoonjo-gu looked at the blue sky and white clouds above his head. The breeze that carried the scent of grass also felt like it was a lifetime ago. Zishang stood quietly by Yoonjo-gu's side. No matter where she was, as long as she was there, she would be his home. At this time, after the Black Fiend sect elder heard his disciples' tearful complaint, he walked towards Cho-sen with a gloomy old face. Cho-sen, you violated the rules and went to the Fiend Corp's secret realm. What is the meaning of this? It has nothing to do with you, Chosen retorted stiffly. It is true that you entering the secret realm has nothing to do with us, but you are using the disciples of the four sects as spears. You are looking down on us. The elders of the Thousand Ghosts sect were also very dissatisfied. The soul-devouring sects Zhou Hua and the Joyous Union sect's Peach Blossom Fairy remained silent. Humph. If I really used your disciples as spears, would they be able to bring out so many baleful pearls? Chosen sneered and said, I only went in to take the flying corpse's bloody evil beads. If it wasn't for your disciples begging me to save them, I wouldn't have cared about their lives. Elders, you have misunderstood. At that time, there was a change in the fiend corpse secret realm. Normal fiend corpses had the cultivation of iron corpses. If it wasn't for Elder Cho Sen's appearance, I'm afraid we would have all died, Cuyue said sincerely. Not a single disciple of your corpse sect died. Of course, you have to say something nice. The Thousand Ghosts sect elder said unkindly. If I don't protect my own disciples, do you think I will protect you cowards who only want to run away? If you are dissatisfied, then come find me at the corpse sect. I will accompany you anytime. Cho Sen was not afraid of these old things at all. If they really wanted to fight, the corpse sect was not to be trifled with. Brother Cho, you misunderstood. The ghost elders did not mean that. The Peach Blossom Fairy smiled sweetly and said, the fiend corpse secret realm is full of dangers. Anything can happen. Although many disciples died, the remaining disciples all successfully completed their missions and returned. I believe this is all because of Brother Cho. That's right. I have known Cho Sen for so many years. I believe he did not go for our disciples. There must be some misunderstanding. Zhou Hua also spoke. Qian Hun had told him that Cho Sen took care of them in the secret realm. Since you are friends with him, you will naturally speak up for him. Anyways, we won't let this matter go. Cho Sen, just you wait. The Black Fiend sect saw that the Soul-Devouring sect and the Union Joy sect were on Cho Sen's side. It would not be good for him and the Thousand Ghosts sect to continue fighting, so he decided to go back to the sect and ask for an explanation from the Corpse sect. The Thousand Ghosts sect had the same idea. They called the remaining disciples onto the White Bone ship and left with the Black Fiend sect. In the blink of an eye, only the Union Joy sect, the Soul-Devouring sect, and the Corpse sect were left. The Peach Blossom Fairy's beautiful eyes looked at the cloaked Yunjoga behind Cho's senator. She smiled and said, this should be Brother Chao's Yin corpse. I have not seen you bring it out in so many years. How about you show it to us today? After she finished speaking, a pink spirit light floated in her hand and entered Yunjoga's cloak. Peach Blossom, don't go too far. Cho Sen frowned and directly dispersed the pink spirit light. I was just joking. Why are you so serious? The Peach Blossom Fairy was not embarrassed. Instead, she acted like a spoiled child. It's getting late. I still have things to do, so I will leave first. Cho Sen was not in the mood to deal with these two old friends. After he released the sect's black ship, he flew up with Yunjoga. The black ship flew in the direction of the Corpse sect. Cho Sen brought Yunjoga into the cabin and laid down a sound barrier. Then he asked coldly, tell me the truth. What did you see in the small secret realm? It seems that nothing can be hidden from the Elder's eyes. In fact, there was not only a black iron mine in the small secret realm, but also an evil spirit tower. There was a golden core realm cultivator called Cho Shan who captured me and wanted to escape by possessing my body. However, he was killed by my Yin corpse. Then, I inexplicably became a woman. Yunjoga told him half the truth about Cho Shan. You killed Cho Shan. Cho Sen's black eyes were very scary. Yunjoga's heart skipped a beat. This guy couldn't be reminiscing about his brotherhood with Cho Shan, right? TSK, if she had known earlier, she would have said that Cho Shan had died in the tower and she could have gone in to collect his corpse. However, since she had already said it, it was impossible to deny it. Yun Joga admitted it straightforwardly, that's right. I killed him. Who told him to steal my body? Good kill. Cho Sen suddenly laughed. Unfortunately, his laughter was uglier than crying. After he finished laughing, the bat spikes on his body suddenly shot out and pointed at Yun Joga's throat. Tell me, where is the treasure map? Chapter 444. Treasure map, is Elder talking about this? Yun Joga smiled. The purple deceased sword appeared beside her and showed her the treasure map from Cho Shan. Cho Shan's eyes lit up and he immediately reached out to grab it, but was blocked by the purple deceased sword's light. Elder, why are you in such a hurry? I have no use for this treasure map. I think we can sit down and talk about it. Yun Joga sincerely wanted to cooperate with Cho's senator after all, he had been to the secret realm and was more experienced. What do you want to talk about? Cho Shan gloomily looked at Yun Joga, finally not as anxious as before. I heard something interesting from Cho Shan. There was once a pair of brothers who fell in love with the same girl. Yun Joga said as he looked at Cho Sen's face. Seeing that he was unmoved, he revealed his trump card. If the sect master knew that the girl you are hiding in the forbidden area is the daughter of the Purple Cloud sect master, I wonder what he would think. You dare threaten me? Cho Sen squinted his eyes. A little chi condensation cultivator dared to threaten him. Did she really think he was afraid of her 1,000-year-old Yin corpse? Elder misunderstood, I am not threatening you. I just want to cooperate with you and go to the secret realm. Yun Joga was not afraid of Cho Sen turning hostile. Although Cho Sen was a cold person, he was very attached to his feelings. In the beginning, Nangong Yu liked the humorous Cho Shan more, but Cho Sen always silently guarded her. After Nangong Yu's soul disappeared, he protected her body and cultivation at all costs. Yun Joga going to the secret realm did not conflict with his goal. You want to go to the secret realm with me? Cho Sen revealed a mocking smile and said, I admit that your Yin corpse is not bad, but it will be too hard to protect you there. In the beginning, the three of them were close to the late Golden Core stage. In the end, they were trapped the moment they entered the secret realm. They didn't even know what the secret realm was like. You don't need to worry about that, I have my own methods. I am not afraid to tell you, other than Cho Shan's map, I have 2 other treasure maps. Yun Joga took out the treasure map he got from the Thunder Country. Together with Cho Shan's map, it was a complete treasure map. Cho Sen didn't think that the treasure map he had been searching for so many years would be completed so easily. However, he did not lose his mind. Instead, he looked at Yun Joga and said, Are you Yun Tianwei's granddaughter, Yun Joga? Yun Joga. It was just a difference of 1 word, but he had never noticed it. Elder Cho Sen is indeed a smart man. Yun Joga did not deny it. She would return to her true form sooner or later. I didn't expect you to actually come to our Yin Corpse sect. No wonder his subordinates couldn't find her in the 100,000 mountains, so she was hiding in the Yin Corpse sect. Elder, let's not beat around the bush. I can give you the treasure map, but I hope that if one day my identity is exposed, you can stand here and say a few good words for me. Yun Joga hiding his identity in the Yin Corpse sect was a huge taboo. If it was investigated, he would be beheaded. Fortunately, she had a clean background and was not a disciple of a righteous sect. If someone pleaded for her, she could turn a big problem into a small one and a small one into nothing. No problem. Cho Sen agreed without hesitation. He would first get the treasure map and then deal with the rest later. Yunjoga saw through Cho Sen's thoughts and said with a smile, "Elder, before I give you the treasure map, I have something to tell you." Before Cho Shan died, he found a way to find Nangong Yu's soul. What, are you serious? Cho Sen stared at Yunjoga's eyes, trying to see if she was lying. Of course, how could I joke about something like this? Yunjoga said with a serious expression. What is it? Tell me quickly. Cho Sen even released the demon monkey in corpse this time. He looked like he would kill Yunjoga if she didn't tell him. Zi Shang took a step forward and silently confronted Cho Shan. It looked like a storm was brewing. Elder Cho Sen, when we get to the secret realm, I will naturally tell you the way. To show my sincerity, I will give you the treasure map first. Yunjoga patted Zi Shang's shoulder. Zi Shang expressionlessly raised his hand. Purple spiritual energy carried the treasure map to Cho. Senator Cho Sen looked at the two treasure maps, then at Yunjoga and Zi Shang. In the end, he chose to give in. You better not play any tricks. Otherwise, I will not let you go. Elder, don't worry. I am very sincere. All right, take your time to study the treasure map. I will leave first. Yunjoga left the cabin with Zi Shang. When did Cho Shan find a way to find Nangong Yu's soul? Zi Shang asked telepathically. There is no such thing. I lied to Cho Sr. If she didn't say that, Cho Sen would not bring her to the secret realm. He might even stab her in the back. Aren't you afraid that he will go crazy after he finds out the truth? Zi Shang felt a headache coming on. Based on Cho Sen's love for Nangong Yu, if he found out that Yunjoga lied to him, he might really die with them. That won't happen. I have a rough idea of what is going on with the treasure map. If I really want to help him find Nangong Yu's soul, there is still a way. Yunjoga was not making empty promises. There was some truth to what he said. What is going on with the treasure map and the secret realm? You can tell me now, right? Yunjoga was not willing to talk about it back in the tower. Now, he really had to. Actually, the mystic realm where the treasure map is located is related to the upcoming catastrophe. The Yunwei Sea isn't my grandfather either. It's my former guard, Li Wei. Yunjoga had only discovered these secrets after obtaining the memories of his previous life. Li Wei. Why is he here? Did you choose him? Zi Shang had lived in the Divine Palace for a long time. He knew Yunjoga's guards very well. Wan Sha was the strongest. Li Wei was the most unknown. He was like an invisible man who did not like to talk. His divination skills are the strongest. Only he can find my reincarnation. Yunjoga did not choose the wrong person. Li Wei had indeed divined that Yunjoga would be reincarnated in the Thunder Nation's Yun Manor. That was why he had arranged everything long ago and waited for his master to reincarnate as Yunjoga's grandfather. Unfortunately, no matter how much he calculated, he did not predict that Yunjoga's reincarnation would be problematic. Yunjoga had gone to other places before returning. Based on his personality, even if you did not return to this body in time, he should have stayed by your side. Why would he be poisoned by Cho Sen and run away? Zi Shang was even more confused. Although Li Wei was not well known among the guards of the Divine Palace, he was able to enter the Divine Guardian Squad. His strength was not weak. Even if his cultivation was suppressed when he traveled through space, he would not be chased by a Golden Core adept. Chapter 445. We can only know the answer after we find him. Yunjoga believed that Li Wei must have divined something, which was why he left her. What exactly was that calamity? Zi Shang had once asked Yunjoga this question in her previous life, but unfortunately, Yunjoga didn't know much back then. I'm not sure either. Yunjoga shook her head helplessly and said, "Back then, I used my body to mend the heavens, and when my soul was about to reincarnate, I caught a glimpse of heaven's secret. However, I didn't have the time to look at it, so I could only seal it in a secret realm and let Li Wei search for my reincarnation with the map and key. That treasure map was the map you left behind." Zi Shang understood. "It's not the original, just a copy. However, we can still find that secret realm. Cho Sen and the other two outsiders could find it, let alone the owner of the treasure map. What's the situation in that secret realm? Is there anything I need to pay attention to?" Zi Shang saw Cho Sen's tragic end and felt that he had to make preparations early. "About that." Yunjoga scratched her face and said awkwardly, "I don't really remember. Back then, I just randomly found a secret realm to seal, but I didn't really understand the situation inside." Zi Shang realized that it was too early for him to relax. "Don't worry, we'll cross the bridge when we get there. No matter what, she was the one who personally sealed it, so she should have some intuition or something like that." In any case, Yunjoga was quite confident in herself. "Forget it, we'll talk about this in the future. Go and rest first." Zi Shang touched Yunjoga's hair. She was tense every day in the Grey Nation, and she hadn't rested in a long time. "Accompany me." Yunjoga held Zi Shang's hand. This ship was very big, and every disciple had their own room to rest and meditate. It would take another 8 hours to return to the Yin Corp sect, which was enough for them to have a good time. "You really want me to accompany you?" Zi Shang's handsome face was filled with gentleness, and his eyes were like a vast and warm ocean, as if he wanted to drown her. It couldn't be any more real. Yunjoga used her fingers to hook Zi Shang's palm, and blinked her eyes seductively. They really hadn't been intimate in a long time. Thinking about the scene of her fighting with Zi Shang in her previous life, she felt a little hot. Zi Shang's kung fu was really good. She hadn't seen many of his tricks yet. "The poison in your body has been detoxified." This time, the tenderness was no longer a feint, but a real one. "Jiu Zhong's poison has been cured, but yours hasn't." Yunjoga hugged Zi Shang's neck and kissed him. This really ignited the fire. Carrying Yunjoga, Zi Shang rushed into a room as fast as he could. He grabbed Wolf, who was meditating inside, and threw him out. Then, he closed the door and set up various defensive barriers. The entire process took less than half an hour. Yunjoga giggled as he lay on the bed in his room. He didn't expect Zi Shang to be so impatient. "What's so funny? I'm a man too." Zi Shang picked up Yunjoga and put him aside. Then, he threw away the bedding on the bed. She didn't know where he got the red ice silk bedding from. Zi Shang made the bed and scattered some red spirit flowers at the side. The atmosphere of the bridal chamber immediately rushed over. Yunjoga originally just wanted to be affectionate with Zi Shang, but seeing him so serious, she felt a little embarrassed. "Do you want me to take a bath first?" Although Yunjoga used the dust cleansing talisman every day, she still felt that only a bath could cleanse her body. "Then I'll help you wash your hair." Zi Shang really liked the feeling of Yunjoga's fine black hair passing through his palm. "Okay." She was happy to have someone willing to serve her. Zi Shang took out the black leopard pattern wooden bucket that he made for Yunjoga and heated it with spirit water. Yunjoga leisurely took off his clothes and entered the wooden tub. With his head facing back, he comfortably closed his eyes. Zi Shang helped her spread out her hair and combed it with a comb. Then, he began to rub it for her. The two of them were affectionate in the room, but Wolf, who was thrown out of the door, felt very depressed. He was meditating, but he suffered such an unexpected disaster. The worst thing was that he left his storage bag inside. He wanted to go in to find it, but he didn't dare to knock. How depressing. Junior brother Wolf Fong, why are you standing here in a daze? Mo Jingyuan happened to come looking for him. Wolf Fong sighed and told him about how he was thrown out. Ha ha ha. Mo Jingyuan laughed heartily, then put his arm around Wolf Fong's shoulder and walked towards his own room. Alright, let's go sit at my place first. Junior Yunjiu won't take a liking to your little things. You should call her junior sister now. Wolf Fong retorted in a small voice. Oh, right, you should call her junior sister Yunjiu now. Mo Jingyuan thought of Yunjioga's curvaceous figure, then asked Wolf Fong in a low voice, do you really think that little secret realm can change a person's sex? What, senior brother Mo also wants to try. Wolf Fong glanced at Mo Jingyuan. Honestly speaking, Mo Jingyuan was very beautiful. He had phoenix eyes and plump lips. His fiery clothes exuded a heroic and seductive aura. If he became a woman, he would definitely be very beautiful. Wolf Fong felt that he could completely accept that kind of senior brother Mo. I'm very satisfied with my little Momo. I don't want him to disappear. Junior brother Wolf Fong, you can try. I guarantee that you'll like it too. Mo Jingyuan winked ambiguously at Wolf Fong. He liked men because he liked the feeling of conquering the same sex. If it was a woman, she would be suppressed, so what was the point? Hee, senior brother Mo really likes to joke. Wolf Fong pretended to laugh a few times. Although senior brother Mo's intentions were known to everyone, as long as he didn't agree, senior brother Mo wouldn't act recklessly, so he dared to follow him to the room. Alright, I won't joke with you anymore. Mo Jingyuan withdrew his smile and said in a serious tone, tell me the truth, what do you think about junior brother Yunjiu, no, junior sister's secret realm? I think that junior sister Yunjiu should have some reservations. That secret realm doesn't only have the gray iron ore, it should also have other good things, but it shouldn't be much, otherwise she wouldn't still be in the chi condensation realm. It's a pity that the method to enter the secret realm is too dangerous. Wolf Fong was also interested in this unexplored little secret realm, but when he thought about how he had to detonate the flying corpse's bloody fiend beads to enter, he lost all interest. Yunjioga had a golden core realm 1,000-year-old corpse risking its life to save her, but he didn't have that kind of luck. You're right. Mo Jingyuan thought about the terrifying scene of the flying corpses exploding, and the little bit of interest he had disappeared. Although the secret realm was good, one had to be alive to enjoy it. It was better to leave it to the sect to think of a way. If the sect could really mark that little secret realm, then they would have a chance to enter it in the future. As for his master, Elder Mo Hua, he could only honestly report it to him. In any case, he didn't have the ability to kill Yunjioga. At this time, Yunjioga had already dried her body and washed her hair. Her jade body was lying on the large red bed, looking at Zi Shang affectionately. The temperature in the room continued to rise. Chapter 446. Zi Shang lowered his head and planted a kiss on Yunjioga's forehead. Small kisses slowly spread all over her body, as if he was worshipping a goddess. Yunjioga felt that Zi Shang's long black hair was as soft and silky as silk, like a feather tickling her heart. She couldn't help but kiss Zi Shang back. The two were very passionate, and the hot air was like dry firewood about to burst into flames. Yunjioga's hand slid across Zi Shang's back and reached his abdomen. His tight eight-pack was very well defined, and it felt very good. Don't rush. Zi Shang panted and blocked Yunjioga's hand that was touching his lower body. Although it wasn't the first time they touched skin to skin, it was different from before. Zi Shang wanted to be more gentle and considerate so that Yunjioga would have an unforgettable experience. I'm not rushing. Who said I was rushing? Yunjoga's eyes were like silk as she flipped over and pressed Zishang under her body. Her black hair flowed down like a waterfall, making her skin shine like jade. Her slender fingers drew circles on Zishang's strong chest and abdomen, faintly discernible and captivating. "All right, you're not rushing, I'm rushing." Zishang's breathing quickened, and his purple eyes darkened. His heart was itching from Yunjoga's teasing, and all gentleness and consideration were thrown to the back of his mind. He suddenly flipped over and pressed the seductive Yunjoga under his body. He bit her lips fiercely, and joined with her gently but forcefully. The spaceship flew very steadily, but Yunjoga felt like she was a small boat bobbing up and down on the sea, pushed by layer after layer of waves toward the peak. Yunjoga's body turned numb and turned into a puddle of water. She could only cling tightly to Zishang's body to prevent herself from falling into the sea. The moment they became one, Yunjoga felt unprecedentedly comfortable. It felt like her soul was floating in the air. Her whole body was warm, and she didn't even want to move a finger. Concentrate and consolidate your cultivation. Zishang was indeed Zishang. Even at this moment, he didn't forget to remind Yunjoga to cultivate. Yunjoga didn't need to move much. A warm spiritual power automatically started from her dantian and flowed through her organs and meridians. Back in the Grey Kingdom's mystic realm, she had already successfully built her foundation, but she hadn't had the time to consolidate her cultivation. After dual cultivating with Zishang this time, threads of golden spiritual energy slowly gathered in her dantian to form a golden high platform. A silly little golden chick was lying on it. Every feather seemed to be condensed from light. It was the embryonic form of a phoenix. Yunjoga's divine blood was the true blood of a phoenix. She originally thought that after her physical body was destroyed, the power of the god's blood would disappear along with it. He didn't expect that the little bit of divine power left in his soul could actually nurture the phoenix true soul. Although the current golden chick was far inferior to the phoenix in her previous life, as long as it had the true soul, it could recover its divine blood one day. Yunjoga excitedly told Zishang about this matter. "You're the goddess. Isn't it natural for you to recover God's blood? According to what you're saying, if I can't recover my divine blood, I won't be worthy of the title of goddess." Yunjoga glared at him. Did this fellow know how to speak? Of course not. You'll always be the most honorable goddess in my heart. Zishang kissed Yunjoga's forehead, his purple eyes shining with sincerity. Then if I'm not the reincarnation of a goddess, you won't like me, right? Yunjoga began to argue. Maybe women were all fools when they fell in love. They liked to hear men say that no matter whether you were a pig or a dog, as long as it was you, they would love you to death. But you are a goddess. Zishang couldn't understand Yunjoga's thoughts. If she wasn't the reincarnation of a goddess, he wouldn't have waited in the lofty abyss for so many years. Forget it. I can't explain it to you. Yunjoga got up and put on her clothes. Although she knew it was stupid to be jealous of her, she was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk to that idiot Zishang at all. Zishang was helpless. He found that Yunjoga's temper was getting worse and she was becoming more and more like a goddess. Thinking about it this way, the silly and cute Yunjoga was easier to please. Of course, he wouldn't dare to say this to Yunjoga. After Yunjoga finished dressing, she opened the door and was about to go out for a walk. She saw Jin Yanwei guarding the door. When Jin Yanwei saw her come out, his expression was very complicated. Although Yunjoga used to be a man and hooked up with her 1,000-year living corpse was very despicable. But now that she was a woman, why did it still feel so awkward? What's the matter, Senior Marshal Brother Jin? Yunjoga was very calm. She didn't think that there was anything wrong with hiding in her room and fooling around in broad daylight. Master wants to see you. Junior Marshal Brother Yun, no, Junior Marshal Sister Yun, come with me. Jin Yanwei's scalp went numb. After saying the two words Junior Marshal Sister, he turned and walked towards Master Cho Sen's room. Yun Jioge followed him very leisurely. Inside the room, Cho Sen was sitting on a wide wooden chair with his eyes closed. The body of a 5-year-old child looked very weak. Sometimes Yun Jioge also wondered what kind of curse was in the treasure map mystic realm. It could actually turn a male cultivator close to the late Golden Core stage into such a state. Master, Junior Marshal Sister Yun is here. Jin Yanwei reported respectfully. Cho Sen opened his eyes and had a domineering appearance. He looked at Yun Jioge and then waved his hand at Jin Yanwei. All right, you can leave. Tell them not to speak carelessly when they return to the sect, otherwise they will have to bear the consequences. Yes, this disciple understands. Jin Yanwei bowed and then left. What did the elder call me for? Yun Jioge politely asked. Sit. Cho Sen waved his hand and a mahogany stool flew behind Yun Jioge. Yun Jioge very reservedly sat down, quietly waiting for Cho Sen to speak. How is your Yin corpse, can it still fight? Cho Sen suddenly asked. Why does the elder ask this? Yun Jioge raised his brows. Cho Sen wouldn't want to become hostile, right? The Yin Corpse sect has sent news that Ink Flower and White Bones already know what happened in the Fiend Corpse mystic realm. They're just waiting for you to return to the sect. Cho Sen tightly knit his brows. He had fought with Ink Flower and White Bones for a long time. He knew that they only cared about profit and would do anything. Especially Ink Flower, she already had a grudge against Yun Jioge's living corpse. Now that she had this new secret realm, she would definitely win over the other elders to force Yun Jioge. It's not the first time they've tried to deal with me. Yun Jioge didn't care about Elder Ink Flower and Elder White Bones at all. If they had a way to deal with him, they wouldn't have waited until today. Don't look down on Ink Flower. Our Yin Corp sect only has 3 elders on the surface, but there are actually several elders that are in seclusion. I've received reliable news that Ink Flower has already asked Elder Hades to come out of seclusion and wants to use this chance to kill you. Cho Sen wasn't familiar with Elder Hades, so he couldn't help Yun Jioge even if he wanted to. Chapter 447. Is there anything special about Elder Hades? Yun Jioge hadn't been in the Yin Corp sect for long, so she hadn't heard of this elder's name. There's nothing special about him. He's just very experienced and very old. Cho Sen revealed a sarcastic smile. Although Elder Hades was at the mid-Golden Core realm, he didn't have much longer to live. This kind of person would become hysterical when they were about to die. As long as there was a bit of hope, they would use it as their last hope. Mo Hua used this point to say that the small secret realm Yun Jioge found had a miraculous effect of changing one's physique, misleading him into thinking that there was a possibility of increasing his lifespan. Elder Hades only wanted to extend his lifespan, so he would try anything. Not to mention that the new secret realm was worth taking a look at. Then does Elder Cho Sen have any suggestions? Yun Jioge and Cho Sen formed an alliance to have a helper. Mo Hua, White Bone, and Hades, the 3 elders will form an alliance. If your Yin corpse isn't injured, then the 3 of us can fight against them. This was the reason why Cho Sen asked Yun Jioge if her Yin corpse was good. If Yun Jioge's Yin corpse was injured in the small secret realm and lost its battle strength, then he wouldn't be a match for Mo Hua and the others. At that time, he could only sacrifice Yun Jioge. You don't have to worry about this. My Yin corpse is in good condition, it won't be a problem at all. Zi Shang wasn't just in good condition, he was extremely brave. It wouldn't be a problem for him to take on 2 people at once. Zi Shang seemed to hear Yun Jioge's thoughts as he reached out his hand to pull her. Yunjoga waved her hand. She was still feeling awkward from before, so she didn't want to bother with him. Although Zishang felt hurt, he didn't dare provoke Yunjoga anymore. Since it's like this, then go and prepare. When you get off the ship, go directly to the main hall and explain the matter of the small secret realm. Cho Sen decided to end this quickly. As long as the sect master agreed with Yunjoga, then Elder Mo Hua and the others wouldn't be able to do anything. Many thanks for Elder Cho Sen's advice. I'll go and prepare now. Yunjoga said her goodbyes and returned to the room with Zishang. Wolf Fong had already come in to retrieve his storage bag. Then, he tactfully gave up the house to them. How do you plan to prepare? Zishang asked seriously. I plan to prepare some talismans and formation discs that are convenient for escaping in case of any accidents. If Elder Mo Hua forced her, she did not have to stay in the Yin Corp sect. I'll do it for you, Zishang said with a flattering smile. Of course you'll be the one to do it. Get more flight talismans and fog talismans. Yunjoga would not be polite with him. All right. As long as Yunjoga was willing to talk to him, not to mention the flight talisman and fog talisman, even the space-piercing talisman could be conjured by Zishang. While Zishang was concentrating on the talismans, Yunjoga counted the treasures she had on her. There was only one demonic tripod, and the cute baby was a weapon spirit. At the moment, he had only activated farming and alchemy skills. He could not be counted on to fight. There was only one demonic fetus, and it was still in its infancy stage. Its combat ability was not as good as its ability to attract hatred. If the elders of the Yin Corp sect saw this, they would definitely be even more determined to kill her. The little skeleton monkey was used to collect Yin Qi. The flying mother goo was good at converting death Qi. The five-colored poisonous scorpion's combat ability was not bad, but with the treasure-seeking scorpion's love for his wife, the five-colored poisonous scorpion would probably drag him down if he let the five-colored poisonous scorpion fight. Forget it. The set of Evil Blade. Yunjoga could use it smoothly after entering the Foundation establishment stage, but it would not be enough if she advanced to the next stage. The set of Thunderstorm Wings. Although this escape artifact was a little damaged, it was still good to use at the moment. There was also the White Bone Flame. After the poison of the 9-bone crusher was removed, she could use the White Bone Flame freely. It was a good trump card at crucial moments. Yunjoga checked her belongings and realized that she had too few artifacts on her. Compared to before, she was practically penniless. But then again, she did not use artifacts in the past. The body of the god's blood was her most powerful weapon. It seemed that she still had to dual cultivate with Zishang and refine the true phoenix soul in her dantian. Yunjoga glanced at Zishang, who was seriously drawing talismans. Forget it, I'm quite full today. I'll think about it next time. An hour later, Zishang passed a thick stack of talismans to Yunjoga. The flying ship had also arrived above the Yin Corp sect. The patrolling disciples found traces of them and opened the protective formation, allowing the flying ship to land. Elder Cho Sen, the sect master has ordered you to bring junior brother Yunjo to the main hall immediately. The patrolling disciples were from the Ink Flower Peak. They surrounded the flying ship as if they were afraid that they would run away. Got it. Cho Sen replied expressionlessly. Then, he said to Yunjoga, who was following behind him, let's go. Yes. Yunjoga followed Cho Sen to the main hall. Along the way, she saw many disciples from the Ink Flower Peak and the White Bone Peak looking at them strangely. Elder Cho Sen, will Elder Ink Flower and Elder White Bone bring their disciples to fight with us? Yunjoga could not help but ask Cho Sr. If it was true, she had to make an escape plan in advance to prevent the situation from becoming too chaotic. Don't worry, they don't have the guts. Cho Sen shook his head. No matter how the disciples of the Ink Flower Peak and the White Bone Peak listened to them, it would not change the fact that they were Yin Corp's sect disciples first and foremost. As long as the sect master was there, they would not be able to do anything. Of course, if the sect master personally gave the order, then all the Yin Corp sect disciples would attack them. However, thinking about how the sect master protected Yunjoga previously, Cho Sen believed that the sect master would not give such an order. This was also the reason why he was confident that he could bring Yunjoga back. That's good. Yunjoga saw Cho Sen's calm expression. Her heart was also much calmer. No matter what, she still had Zishang. At the very least, she still had God's blood. However, using God's blood in Yin Corp's sect was a waste. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she did not want to reveal her trump card. When Yunjoga walked into the main hall, she saw Elder Ink Flower and Elder White Bone immediately. When Elder Ink Flower saw Yunjoga, who had turned back into a woman, her seductive face immediately changed. Although there were also lesbians in the Joyous Union sect, Elder Ink Flower only loved men. When she thought about the male pet that she had her eyes on turning into a woman, she felt as though she had eaten a mouthful of sh*t. Furthermore, the sh*t was poisonous. Elder White Bone raised his eyebrows but did not say anything special. Other than Elder Ink Flower and Elder White Bone, there were two more cultivators in the main hall. One was an old man with a head full of white hair. He was dry and skinny and looked haggard. It was as though he already had one foot in the coffin. He should be Elder Hades. The other was a shifty-eyed, skinny, middle-aged man who was at the intermediate stage of the Gold Core realm. A pair of small eyes that were filled with schemes rolled around Yunjoga. Didn't they say that Elder Ink Flower only managed to invite Elder Hades? Why was there another one? Yunjoga glanced at Cho Sen and saw that he was staring fiercely at the shifty-eyed middle-aged man. Cho Sen's body was tense as though he had seen an enemy. Yunjoga had a feeling that the matter was already out of Cho Sen's control. This newly appeared elder was one of the variables. Chapter 448. Xiang, I didn't expect you to dare to come back. This is the perfect time to settle the score. Cho Sen released his demon monkey and Yin ghost to surround the triangular-eyed elder. The triangular-eyed elder was called Xiang. He was in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm and loved to steal. When Cho Sen set up the Forbidden Land, he was tempted to sneak in and get some benefits. In the end, he did not succeed and angered Cho Sen completely. After he left the Yin Corp sect, he traveled around and did not dare to come back. Cho Sen, I haven't seen you for so many years and your temper is still so bad. However, I'm not afraid of you this time. Xiang was not afraid at all. He had 3 allies. Cho Sen, it's been so many years. Why are you still holding on to it? Elder Mo Hua said calmly. No matter what, we are from the same sect. Let's let bygones be bygones. Little sister Mo Hua is right. Xiang gave Elder Mo Hua a dubious look. Mo Hua, are you going to go against me for him? Cho Sen asked fiercely. Hee, big brother Cho Sen, you misunderstood. Why would I go against you? I wonder what benefits Yunjo gave you for you to help her like this. Mo Hua squinted her eyes. She did not believe that there were only some inferior ores in that small mystery realm. If that was the case, why would Cho Sen help her so desperately? He was not a kind-hearted person. I like her. Of course, I have to help her, Cho Sen said with a straight face. Pooh. Yunjoga almost spat. Cho Sen's excuse was too lousy. I didn't know you have such a strong taste. You like this kind of monster that is neither male nor female, neither yin nor yang. You should have said so earlier. Mo Hua covered her mouth and laughed. You are neither male nor female, neither yin nor yang. Yunjoga really wanted to get angry. Zishang held Yunjoga's hand. It was enough that he knew she was a woman. Yunjoga could only endure it. At this moment, Elder Hades, who had been silent, looked up at Yunjoga. This is Yunjio who discovered the small mystery realm, right? The pressure of a golden core attacked Yunjoga, clearly trying to intimidate her. Yes, I am. Yunjoga focused and dissolved Elder Hades's pressure. As expected, you do have some ability. Elder Hades's eyes shone brightly. How could someone who found a new mystic dimension in the Fiend Corp's mystic dimension not be capable? Xiaoying looked at Yunjoga maliciously. I've already informed the Grandmaster about the minor dungeon. You don't have to worry about it. Yunjo, let's go. Cho Sen turned around to leave. Cho Sen had miscalculated the situation. He did not expect Mo Hua to find Xiaoying. Although Xiaoying liked to sneak around, his cultivation was indeed not bad. They had no chance of winning against 4 of them. Cho Sen, the sect master, isn't here yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? White bones and ink flowers figures flashed and blocked Cho Sen's path. Cho Sen's face was ice cold. Looking at their posture, he knew that they would not let this matter rest. The sect master had never interfered in matters of the sect, so he might not necessarily go against the other 4 grand elders for Yunjoga. Cho Sen quickly evaluated the situation in his heart and then sent a sound transmission to Yunjoga. The situation is not good, so you should act according to the situation. However, if you are willing to tell me how to find Nangong Yu's soul, I'll give you 6 monster monkey yin corpses to help you escape. Grand Elder, if I fall into their hands, they will definitely use the soul-searching technique on me. At that time, the matter of the treasure map and Nangong Yu will not be able to be hidden. How could 6 monster monkey yin corpses be enough? Yunjoga wanted to drag Cho Sen down with her. Cho Sen's face became even darker, but what Yunjoga said was the truth. He had to think of a way to protect her life, or at least ensure that her soul would not fall into the hands of others. Zishang, what are the chances of us escaping? Yunjoga did not place all his hopes on Cho's senator. He was just a support. Zishang was the core. These 4 people have already sealed all 4 of the main hall's doors. Ink Flower's side is the weakest, so we can break through from her side. Zishang had already calculated the chances of breaking through from the moment he entered the main hall. Elder Hades is a bit weak. Elder Hades' life force was weak, so he might not even be able to use a big move. Yunjoga felt that breaking through from his side would be more reliable. If we accidentally kill him, we will have a big grudge. Escaping was one thing, but killing was another. Zishang did not want to become enemies with the Yin Corpse sect, as he might be able to use them in the future. You're right. Yunjoga realized that he was still too inexperienced. Elder Hades had probably dug out this old antique from the coffin with this in mind. If he accidentally killed Elder Hades, he would be hunted down by the Yin Corpse sect to the end of his life. Ask Cho Sen when he is preparing to break through. Zishang had already made his preparations. Yunjoga sent a sound transmission to Cho Sen, telling him about his plan to start from Elder Hades. Let's wait for the sect master to come. If he does not help you, then we will start from Xiaoying. Cho Sen still had a bit of hope for the sect master. If the sect master did not help either side, then he would take the chance to beat up Xiaoying. Even if he accidentally killed him, it would still be reasonable. Alright. Xiaoying was only slightly stronger than Elder Hades, and the difference between them was not huge. With Cho Sen's hatred for him, there might be unexpected benefits. Yunjoga calmed down and began to wait for the sect master to arrive. Speaking of which, she had never seen the sect master's true appearance, and she did not know if she would have the chance to see his true appearance this last time. Are you that interested in the sect master? Zishang asked half-jokingly. Everyone is curious. Do you dare to say that you are not interested? If Zishang dared to say that, Yunjoga would definitely beat him up. Of course I am. Zishang was indeed interested. He had always felt that the sect master was very similar to someone he knew. It would be best if he could take the chance today to verify his suspicions. Even Yunjio is not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? Go back and sit down. Elder Hades smiled. Cho-sen snorted coldly and sat down on the wide wooden chair beside Xia. Then, he began to glare at him. Xia Ying's eyes darted around as he smiled at Cho-sen's angry glare. Ever since Elder Hades had displayed his prowess, he had not said anything else. Instead, he looked like he was going to die at any moment. Elder Mo Hua and Elder Whitebone simply moved a chair over and stood guard at the door. Yunjoga randomly found a chair and sat down. She did not stand on ceremony with the few elders at all. Logically speaking, as a disciple, she did not have the right to sit with these elders. However, everyone had their own thoughts at the moment, so they did not have the time to care about Yunjoga's crime of disrespect. After all, she would die in the end. After about 5 minutes, a gust of black chilly wind blew from outside and entered the hall like a whirlwind. It landed in front of everyone. It was the sect master of Corpse Sect. Chapter 449. Greetings, Sect Master, Mo Hua and the others shouted in unison. And, Sect Master responded indifferently. His face was still covered in black mist, making it impossible to see what he looked like. Sect Master, Yunjio found a small secret realm but didn't report it. He's full of nonsense. We definitely can't tolerate his behavior in case the other disciples learn from him. We must punish him, Elder Mo Hua spoke first. That's right, a small secret realm is very important. It concerns the future development of our sect. For safety, I suggest we search Yunjio's soul, Elder Whitebones followed. I agree, Xia Ying raised his hand with a smile. I agree, Elder Hades nodded heavily. I object. Cho-sen stood up and said coldly, Yunjio reported to the sect the moment he found a small secret realm without hiding anything. If you search her soul because of your selfish motives, will there still be disciples who will be loyal to our sect if it gets out? Cho-sen, we can resolve this matter privately. The sect disciples will only know that we have gained another small mystic realm. They won't know about things that they shouldn't know. Mo Hua had already thought of a solution a long time ago. There are so many disciples going to the Fiend Corp's secret realm. Are you going to kill them all? Cho-sen said sarcastically. They are all smart people. They know what to say and what not to say. Unless someone doesn't like our sect and wants to destroy it, Elder Mo Hua didn't give in at all. Yunjio didn't say anything. As a low-ranked disciple, she couldn't say anything in this situation. If Sect Master helped her, she would stay. If Sect Master didn't help her, she would leave with Zishang. It was that simple. Sect Master was silent. Even the black mist on his face didn't move at all. He let Cho-sen and Elder Mo Hua argue. Cho-sen insisted that Yunjio had contributed to the discovery of the secret realm. Mo Hua had to search Yunjio's soul for the benefit of the sect. Sect Master, what do you think? Mo Hua turned to ask Sect Master. He was the most important person. I got it. The Grand Master's voice was calm, and no one could hear any emotion from it. It seemed like he wasn't going to help either side. It seemed like he had to leave Corp's sect. Yunjoga secretly transmitted his voice to Zishang and Cho Sen, preparing to take action. Zishang began to gather his demonic power. Cho Sen approached Xiaoying without making a sound. He was waiting for the sect master to agree with Mo Hua, then they would attack together. Yunjiu is a disciple of my sect. No matter what she does, I, the sect master, should be the one to make the decision. The sect master's words stunned everyone. Sect master, what do you mean? Mo Hua did not understand. Could it be that the sect master wanted to search his soul personally? What I mean is, you guys are stretching your hands too far. The sect master's tone was fierce. A gust of black wind flew out from his shadow and turned into 4 shadows that stuck to the backs of the 4 elders, Inkflower, White Bone, Yuming, and Xiaoying. His killing intent was dense, and he actually had the thought of crippling them. Cho Sen was stunned by the sudden reversal of the situation. He had thought that the sect master would at most speak up for Yunjoga. He had not expected that the sect master would help her. This was also good. In the future, Mo Hua and the rest would have to think twice before touching Yunjoga. Sect master, she's just an ordinary disciple. Is it worth it for you to stand up for her? Elder Mo Hua was so angry that her face was contorted. She had spent a lot of effort to invite Elder Yuming and Elder Xiaoying. She had thought that victory was within her grasp, but she did not expect the sect master to fall out with them for Yunjoga. Yunjiu will be a candidate for my sect master in the future. If any of you dare to touch her, it will be equivalent to declaring war on me. The sect master dropped another heavy bomb. The candidate for the sect master's peak was equivalent to the next sect master of Corp's sect. This was not a trivial position. Usually, all the elders had to be gathered to discuss before a decision could be made. Sect master, aren't you being too rash? Elder Yuming frowned. Although he did not have much time left, he still had the right to speak on the future direction of Corp's sect. 3 years later, I will gather the elders to discuss. The sect master's voice was filled with unquestionable dignity. The sect master had the right to decide. Usually, he would be the one to choose and train, and the elders would discuss and decide. Since he had said so, the others had no right to object. Looks like the sect master is stubborn. Elder Mo Hua looked at Yunjoga with disgust. She had been pressuring Yunjoga all this while. If she really became the sect master, it would not be a good thing for her. At this moment, her killing intent increased. However, she suppressed it all in her heart and did not show it like before. She always left a way out. If she could not kill Yunjoga, it would be troublesome instead. Since the sect master has decided, I have nothing else to say. Goodbye. Elder Yuming stood up shakily. He did not want to get involved in these trivial matters anymore. If he could not find a way to extend his lifespan, he only wanted to live the rest of his days in peace. I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first. Xiaoying saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he was entangled by that madman, Cho's senator. Since their ally had left, Elder Mo Hua and Elder Baigu also left decisively. In the blink of an eye, Yunjoga's crisis was resolved. She was dumbfounded. Since when did she have such a good relationship with the sect master? Why did she not know about it? There's something wrong with this sect master. I have to ask him. Zishang was not afraid that the enemy would set a trap. Instead, he was worried that the enemy would treat Yunjoga well for no reason. You're right. We have to get to the bottom of this. Yunjoga did not want to accept the kindness of others without knowing why. Even if he was the sect master of the Corp's sect, he could not accept it. Seeing that the sect master was leaving, she hurriedly chased after him and shouted, "Sect master, please wait. I know you must have many questions to ask me. Come over." The sect master brought Yunjoga to the cave abode on the sect master's mountain. His cave abode was very simple. There was only a stone table and 4 stone chairs. There was nothing else. "Sit." The sect master invited Yunjoga to sit. Then, he took out a tea set from his storage bag and placed it on the table. He was prepared to brew tea. "Sect master." Yunjoga was about to ask about what had happened just now. However, she saw the black fog on the sect master's face dissipate, revealing a familiar face. It was the person who had helped her previously. He was the outer sect supervisor of the Black Wind stronghold in Davy Mountain, Ian Shirley. "Brother Ian, why is it you?" Yunjoga had a look of disbelief. Zishang nodded to himself. It was indeed him. "I was instructed by the higher-ups to specially go there and lead you into the sect." Ian Shirley lowered his head and concentrated on brewing the tea. His movements were smooth and pleasing to the eye. He was completely different from the boorish man from the Black Wind stronghold. "Who's up there?" Yunjoga glanced at Zishang. "It couldn't be him, right?" "It's not me." If Zishang could order Ian Shirley, he would not have spent so much effort to get Yunjoga into the Ian Corp sect. Chapter 450. The Almighty above said that he would meet you when the time is right. The most important thing now is to hide your identity and protect your safety. Ian Shirley poured a cup of spirit tea and placed it in front of Yunjoga. "So you already knew my true identity?" Yunjoga pushed the spirit tea away. She didn't want to drink it at all. She really didn't like the feeling of not knowing anything while everything was under someone else's control. "That's right, I already knew that you were the daughter of the Thunder Nation's Yun family, Yunjoga." Ian Shirley nodded and admitted. "Then you pretended to be the chief of the Black Wind stronghold just to lie to us." Yunjoga's face darkened. She really thought that Ian Shirley was a loyal person. What happened before was real. "Ah, Mei and Huzi are my wife and son. I once led a group of brothers to be the chief of the Black Wind stronghold. Later, I was betrayed by my brothers and the soldiers attacked. My son died and my wife jumped off a cliff. I fell after being slashed a dozen times. If I hadn't met an almighty who taught me a legendary corpse cultivation technique, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see me standing in front of you now." Ian Shirley sighed. In order to receive Yunjoga, he specially built the Black Wind stronghold in the Davy Mountains to commemorate the past and the time when he was still human. "You're a zombie." Yunjoga was shocked. She never expected Ian Shirley to be a zombie. No matter how she looked at him, he was a living person. "I found a treasure 200 years ago, the heart of the tree. It can be said that I've come back to life." Ian Shirley smiled faintly. "This is my biggest secret. Don't tell anyone else." "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Yunjoga thought about how Elder Mo Hua and the others had fought with her to snatch the fake zombie, Zishang. If they knew that the sect master, Ian Shirley, was the one and only super zombie in the world, she didn't know how they would feel. "Miss Yun, you and your friend can stay in the Ian Corp sect with peace of mind. As long as I'm here, I'll definitely protect you." The meaning behind Ian Shirley's words indicated that he already knew that Zishang was a fake Ian corpse. "Thank you." Yunjoga smiled. Even though Ian Shirley had told her his big secret, she still didn't dare to fully believe it. Who knew what kind of monster the person above him was? "Also, I know what happened between you and Cho's senator. When the time comes, I will go with you to search for the mystic realm with the treasure map." Ian Shirley poured Yunjoga a new cup of tea. "So, you also know about Cho Shan's matter?" Yoonjoga realized that Ian Shirley was really hiding his strength. He felt that everything was under his control. Cho Shan and Cho Sen were originally loose cultivators. I took them in after they came out from the secret territory of the treasure map. As for the small secret territory that Cho Shan fell into, I will help you settle it, Ian Shirley said. It's that almighty expert of yours again, isn't it? Yoonjoga raised her eyebrows. She had a feeling that her taking back the demonic fetus in the Grey Kingdom was also within that person's expectations. Miss Yun, you don't have to worry. That person has no ill intentions towards you. Ian Shirley paused for a moment before continuing. He even said that if you don't believe what I said, then I should recognize you as my master and become your Ian corpse. What kind of joke is that? Do you think I have no interest in taking a rough old man like you as my Ian corpse? Yoonjoga glared. She didn't even want to take Yoonji in, let alone Ian Shirley. Most importantly, Ian Shirley looked like a living person. Taking back his freedom and making him a Ian corpse was too pitiful. It's not my fault that I'm ugly. Ian Shirley touched his face in a self-mocking manner. However, he was relieved in his heart. Ever since he obtained the heaven-earth spiritual heart, he felt more and more like a human being. He didn't want to return to his previous muddle-headed state. When that almighty expert revealed this to him, he even had the thought of killing Yoonjoga to fight for his freedom. However, he quickly suppressed it. Everything he had was given to him by the almighty expert. It was easy for him to take it back. Later, he followed the almighty expert's instructions and went to the Dabi Mountains to pick up Yoonjoga. From the first time they met, he felt that this girl wasn't ordinary. She wasn't someone who would do anything to obtain power. Now that he had confirmed this point, he was willing to follow her wholeheartedly. It's useless even if you're as beautiful as a fairy. I definitely won't take you in. It's getting late, I'll take my leave first. Yoonjoga quickly got up and left, as if she was really afraid that Ian Shirley would chase after her and beg her to take him in. Ian Shirley got up to send her off. Looking at Yoonjoga's hurried back, he couldn't help but laugh. What an interesting girl, right? Behind Ian Shirley stood two Ian corpses, one big and one small. They were Ah Mei and Hu Zi. Hearing his words, the two of them nodded at the same time. They were much more intelligent than before. Why didn't you say anything earlier? After leaving Ian Shirley's cave, Yoonjoga grabbed Zi Shang's hand and asked, "Do you think there are any loopholes in what Ian Shirley said? I know who the almighty expert he was talking about is." Zi Shang's words were shocking. You know. Who is it? Yoonjoga immediately asked. His name is Fan Yin. Back then, he was the most intelligent person in the human race. Not only was his Buddhist studies profound, his cultivation was extraordinary, and he could see the future. You valued him a lot back then. When Zi Shang thought about what happened back then, his eyes would still be shrouded in a layer of haze. Profound Buddhist studies. Yoonjoga felt that her throat was very dry. Her voice couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that I didn't even let a monk go back then? What nonsense are you thinking? You and him were just spiritual friends. Zi Shang tried to make his tone normal. He couldn't act like a jealous man. So that's how it is. No wonder I don't have any memories. Yoonjoga let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, she wasn't that crazy. You don't have any memories of him? Zi Shang raised his eyebrows. Back then, Yoonjoga and Fan Yin had a very good relationship. Yoonjoga would rather tell Fan Yin many secrets than him. At that time, he was very jealous. No, not at all. Yoonjoga shook her head. She had a lot of messy memories in her head. There were countless handsome men, but she didn't see a bald one. If you don't, then forget it. Zishang revealed a smile. It was best if she didn't. He hated that Yunjoga treated that guy differently. Let's talk about Ian Shirley. Do you think he's trustworthy? Compared to the bald fan Ian, who was still hiding somewhere, Yunjoga still felt that Ian Shirley was more important. Trustworthy. What he said just now was all true. Zishang nodded. He had a good impression of Ian Shirley. He could tell that Ian Shirley was very sincere towards Yunjoga. That's good. With him accompanying us to the treasure map's secret realm, I'll be more confident. This way, Yunjoga wouldn't have to worry about Chosen turning hostile. Ian Shirley, as the sect master of Ian Corp's sect, had been with Chosen for so many years. He believed that he would definitely have a way to deal with Cho Sr. Chapter 451. Yunjoga returned to her cave abode and saw Jin Chuan standing in front of her cave abode. Seeing her return, that scowling face actually squeezed out a smile. Junior sister Yun. Senior brother Jin, why are you looking for me? Yunjoga had a deep impression of Jin Chuan. As a righteous cultivator, he had been undercover in Ian Corp's sect for decades. This kind of character was indeed admirable. I have something to discuss with you. Is it convenient for you to come in? Jin Chuan's tone was very respectful. Yes. Yunjoga opened the cave abode and welcomed Jin Chuan in. She hadn't returned for a long time. Although she had already set up a ventilation formation in the cave, the air was still a bit stuffy. Yunjoga casually threw a few wind spells and invited Jin Chuan to sit. Junior sister Yunjoga, no, I should call you Miss Yunjoga. Jin Chuan smiled. What Yunjoga? What is senior brother Jin Chuan talking about? I don't understand. Yunjoga pretended to be dumb. Miss Yun, you don't need to pretend. Our young master personally sent me a message to tell me your identity. Jin Chuan stared closely at Yunjoga. Who is your young master? Did he misunderstand something? Yunjoga nonchalantly poured tea. Our young master is Purple Cloud Sect's Nangongli, Miss Nangong Yu's nephew. When Jin Chuan said this, his heart sped up. So you are from Purple Cloud Sect. Although Yunjoga already knew this news, she still felt a bit emotional seeing Jin Chuan personally admit it. She didn't know what day it was that everyone came to confess their identities to her. That's right. Miss Yun, when you and young master worked together to deal with bloodthirsty sect, young master always praised you. Before Jin Chuan finished, Yunjoga interrupted, no need to say this nonsense. How do you know my identity? Young master hired someone to read his fortune. He said that a benefactor who can help us is about to appear. In addition, you suddenly turned back into a female, got close to Elder Cho Sin, and your name. Jin Chuan almost said that she stuck the name Yunjoga on her forehead. Yes, I am Yunjoga. Yunjoga also felt that there was nothing to hide. Just tell me what you want. If you want to deal with the Corpse sect, then I can't agree. The Corpse sect was her best ally now. Lady Yun, you've misunderstood. Our Purple Cloud sect and the Yin Corpse sect do not interfere with each other's business. There is no enmity between us. Our young master only hopes that when you and Elder Cho Sin go to the treasure map's secret realm, you can bring him along. Jin Chuan said directly. If he wanted to die, he could have just jumped off Decapitation Cliff. Why would he need to travel so far? Yunjoga raised his eyebrows. Even a middle-stage Oris core stage cultivator was trapped in that secret realm, yet Nangongli, a foundation establishment stage cultivator, wanted to join in the fun. Who did he think he was? Miss Yunjoga, you don't have to worry about the young master, he has his own ways to deal with it, you just need to help him leave a position. After the matter is done, our young master will definitely reward you handsomely, if you have any needs, you can also mention it. Jin Chuan was very sincere. This is a serious matter. I don't dare to agree so easily. How about this? I'll think about it for a few days before giving you an answer. Although Yunjoga had a good impression of Nan Gongli, going to the treasure-mapped secret realm was not a small matter. She didn't dare to rashly agree. Miss Yun, Elder Cho Sen has always been ruthless. If our young master joins, it will only be beneficial to you. Jin Chuan wanted to persuade her again, but Yunjoga didn't want to listen anymore. It's getting late, I'm tired, let's talk about it next time. Then I'll take my leave first. Jin Chuan now really regretted not building a good relationship with Yunjoga back then. But who would have thought that a pretty boy who was restricted by a 1,000-year zombie would be his young master's friend, Yunjoga. After Jin Chuan left, Yunjoga then asked Zishang, what do you think Nan Gongli has the confidence to enter the treasure-mapped secret realm safely? It seems like the Purple Cloud sect understands this treasure-mapped secret realm very well. Looking for Nan Gongyu is just an excuse. Cho Sen was just a lone cultivator before. Even if he joined the Yin Corp sect and became an elder, the Purple Cloud sect shouldn't be afraid of him. If the Purple Cloud sect master really wants to bring his daughter back, there must be other ways, but they kept staying at Cho Sen's place and sent 2 disciples over to monitor. There must be something fishy. Zishang slowly analyzed. This matter is really getting more and more complicated. Do you think it has something to do with the catastrophe? In Yunjoga's memory, the secret realm where she sealed the news of the catastrophe was very barren. It was really not worth it for these people to rush over one after another. It's very likely, before the Purple Cloud sect shows their sincerity, let's wait and see first. Zishang was very cautious. The more it was at a time like this, the more careful they had to be. Then I'll go into seclusion. It was just the right time to nurture the little phoenix in her dantian. In the following days, Yunjoga went into seclusion, eating and sleeping. Cho Sen came to find her a few times, leaving a message saying that he wanted to discuss the treasure-mapped secret realm with her. He also vaguely revealed that the news was already known by the sect master. They had to bring the sect master with them this time. Yunjoga directly told him to do as he saw fit. Cho Sen said that they would set off in 3 months, and asked her to prepare early. Following that, there were some messy messages. Little Fatty, Wolf Fong, Mo Jingyuan, Si Yue, and the others were all asking her for all kinds of information. Although they did not know about the existence of the treasure-mapped secret realm, the news of Yunjoga being chosen by the sect master as a candidate still made them feel that something was amiss. Yunjoga replied to all these messages with 4 words, no comment. 2 months later, Jin Chuan sent a letter saying that Nan Gongli wanted to meet her. His sincerity is here. Yunjoga pinched the communication talisman and placed it in front of Zishang. You can go and meet him. Zishang glanced at it. This Nan Gongli was really calm. I hope he can really bring some useful information. During this period of time, Yunjoga had been rummaging through her memories for clues about the treasure-mapped secret realm, but unfortunately, it was to no avail. In her previous life, she wanted to be pregnant with the son of life like a madman, and the relevant memories were all like this, completely useless. Zishang helped Yunjoga reply to Jin Chuan, arranging to meet Nan Gongli at midnight 2 days later at Ziyuan Market's Drunken Fragrance Brothel. Drunken Fragrance Brothel was a place in Ziyuan Market that specialized in selling spirit wine. It was filled with customers, and a private room had to be booked in advance. Yunjoga arrived at Huang Songya's room on time, and saw that Nan Gongli was already waiting there, and Bailey Moyun was actually accompanying him. Lady Yun, long time no see. Bailey Moyun still had a handsome appearance, smiling and showing his white teeth as he greeted Yunjoga. Before Yunjoga could reply, she saw a peach-red figure flying towards her. Chirp chirp chirp, chirp chirp chirp. A fist-sized small bird goose circled around Yunjoga and chirped continuously, venting its longing for her. After not seeing her for a few years, Little Peach had grown several times in size, her fur was fluffy, and her small black eyes were rolling around. She was very cute. Little Eagle Goo also flew over, and after chirping at Yunjoga arrogantly, it returned to its master Nangong Li's side. Seeing these two cute little things, Yunjoga felt that the distance between her and them had shortened greatly. She went straight to the point and asked, Nangong Li, you called Bailey Moyun over, are you bringing him along? Chapter 452. Yes, Bailey Moyun will also go with us, so I need Lady Yun's help. Nangong Li nodded calmly. What makes you two Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators think that you won't be in danger when you enter the secret realm? If you don't tell me, I won't help. Yunjoga sat in front of the two while Zishang sat in a corner. Lady Yun, it's like this. Our sect will give us defensive magic tools to protect ourselves. Bailey Moyun said with a smile. Who are you trying to fool? You want me to help with such insincerity? By the way, don't try to use my identity to threaten me. The sect leader of the Corp sect already knows my identity. Yunjoga stroked Little Peach's fluffy feathers and poured a cherry pill to feed it. Xiao Tao swallowed the cherry pill and chirped at Bailey Moyun, Master is an idiot. You ingrate, I raised you for nothing. Bailey Moyun glared at his pet. Chirp chirp chirp. You are an idiot. Xiao Tao was not afraid of him. Lying in front of Lady Yun meant that he was an idiot. Yunjoga, to tell you the truth, other than the keepsakes our elders gave us, we do have something to rely on. But this matter concerns the secret of our sect. Nangong Li wanted to say something but stopped. You are begging me now, not me. If you can't agree to my conditions, there is nothing else to say. Goodbye. Yunjoga put down Xiao Tao with a cold expression and was about to leave. Chirp chirp chirp, don't go, sit for a while more. Xiao Tao circled around Yunjoga and then went to Bailey Moyun's head. Chirp chirp chirp. Idiot idiot. Lady Yun, don't go. I will tell you, okay? Bailey Moyun immediately surrendered. They did not have many trump cards and did not know how much Yunjoga knew about the treasure map's secret realm. If they lied and angered her, it would not be worth it, so they might as well tell her the truth. For the sake of Xiao Tao and Little Eagle, I will give you two another chance. Tell me, what is the secret? Yunjoga sat down. Xiao Tao immediately flew to her side in a fawning manner, even the Little Eagle Goo flew over. Yunjoga fed them a few more cherry pills. Little Peach chirped and acted cute, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Bailey Moyun heaved a sigh of relief. However, he did not immediately reveal the secret. Instead, he looked around and asked, Where is your expert bodyguard, Yi Zi? I'm here. It's just that it's not convenient for me to show my face. Yunjoga raised his head and looked at the left corner. Zishang was deep in thought the moment he came in. No one knew what he was thinking, and he didn't care about their conversation at all. The 1,000-year living corpse you saw in the Yin Corp sect was him, right? Bailey Moyun said confidently. Yes. Yunjoga was not afraid to admit it. Amazing, he even deceived the people of the Yin Corp sect. Bailey Moyun was truly impressed. The Yin Corp sect was a large demonic sect. To be able to deceive those old monsters meant that this expert was even more powerful than those old monsters. Am I the one asking you now, or are you the one asking me? My time is very precious, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you here. Yunjoga's attitude was amiable because of these two little goo. If it were someone else, she wouldn't even stay a second longer. Long time no see. I'm just worried about you. Bailey Moyun smiled shamelessly, then said seriously, regarding the treasure map and the secret realm, we, the Limitless Sword Pavilion, don't know much. However, the sect once left a rule saying that there is a big secret in the secret realm that concerns all living beings in the world. As long as there is a clue about that place, we must investigate it at all costs. And then. Yunjoga's expression was very calm. Our Violet Cloud sect also has the same ancestral teachings. However, because my aunt, Nan Gongyu, had once entered that secret plane, we received more information than them. That secret plane is extremely mysterious. The entrance is also known as the Cursed Land. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger the curse, Nan Gongli followed up. Cursed Land. Yunjoga frowned. Just hearing about it made her uncomfortable. Yes, and the more people in the team, the stronger the backlash. Ant, Cho Shan, and Cho Sen were all in the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. After Cho Shan escaped, Cho Sen continued to stay by Ant's side, so they suffered the most from the backlash. Nan Gongli sighed. This conclusion was obtained at the cost of Ant's life. I see. Yunjoga nodded. Suddenly, some images flashed through her mind. A land of death. A boundless land of death. Not a single blade of grass grew. All the demonic beasts were dead. It was a despairing sight. Miss Yun, what's wrong? Bailey Moyun noticed that Yunjoga's expression was not right. Nothing. Yunjoga pressed her swollen head, and the images disappeared. Headache. Zishang finally came back to his senses. He came behind Yunjoga and pressed her temples. Some strange images suddenly appeared. I'll tell you when we get back. After Yunjoga sent a voice transmission to Zishang, she looked up at Nan Gongli and Bailey Moyun. Do you have any other news? That's all for now. Miss Yun, I sincerely hope that you can help us fight for a place. We will become your most loyal allies. Bailey Moyun looked at Yunjoga with the most sincere eyes. Then, he secretly flicked Xiao Tao's butt. Chirp 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 chirp. My master might be stupid, but he's a good person. Xiao Tao had followed Bailey Moyun for so many years, and she was still on his side. I'll help you think of a way now. I'll try my best to reply to you tomorrow. Yunjoga stood up and left Ziyun workshop with Zishang. What happened to you just now? Zishang appeared and pulled Yunjoga's hand. Just now, the image of a land of death suddenly appeared in my mind. Is this the situation of the catastrophe? Yunjoga's face was very pale. That kind of feeling was too despairing. Her whole body was cold. Even if the catastrophe is really descending, this is not your responsibility alone. Zishang hugged Yunjoga in his bosom. He had wanted to say this sentence for a long time. Even if she was the goddess, the noblest and most powerful woman in Blue Wave's continent, she shouldn't shoulder such a heavy responsibility on herself. Yunjoga smelled the fragrance of Zishang and felt his warm bosom. Her heart gradually sank. Nan Gongli and others said that if we enter the secret realm together, the curse will be more difficult. At that time, we might have to separate. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Zishang didn't want to leave Yunjoga's side. Then, let's go back and look for Yin Shirley first. Tell him that Nan Gongli and Bailey Moyun also want to go and let him make arrangements. This matter was better left to Yin Shirley. However, since she knew that Yin Shirley was Fan Yin's subordinate, Yunjoga believed that Yin Shirley wouldn't refuse her request. After we settle the matter of Nan Gongli and Bailey Moyun, we will continue to enter seclusion. Zishang also felt that there might be danger in the secret realm. He had to repair his demon body before they set off. That way, he could better protect Yunjoga. Chapter 453. The night was dark and there were no stars or moon. The Corpse sect was silent. Yunjoga and Zishang quietly came to Shirley's cave and called him out with a communication talisman. Aren't you in closed-door cultivation? Why are you looking for me so late at night? Shirley looked at Yunjoga in surprise. I want to bring 2 people to the treasure map's secret realm. Yunjoga didn't hide anything from Shirley and directly told him Nangongli and Bailey Moyun's identities. After Shirley heard this, he was silent for a moment before asking, "Are you sure there's no problem with these 2? I'm not sure, but we have to bring anyone related to the treasure map's secret realm. They might be useful in the future. They have more information than we thought." Yunjoga told him the information that Nangongli revealed and finally said, "When the time comes, we might have to split up." There's actually such a thing. Shirley frowned and asked, "Then if we bring our own corpses, does that count as a team?" It shouldn't count. Yunjoga shook his head. Corpses weren't living beings and were at most a kind of magic tool. They shouldn't be cursed. When the time comes, I will recognize you as my master and enter the secret realm with you. Shirley said solemnly. He had promised that powerful being that he would protect Yunjoga. The secret realm was so dangerous, he couldn't let Yunjoga act alone. Other corpses might not have a problem, but it's hard to say for you. After all, you are no different from a human. Yunjoga shook his head. Shirley's face showed a hint of hesitation. He was special because he had the heart of the heaven and earth. If he took it out, don't say something stupid like taking out the heart of the heaven and earth. Normal corpses are easy to find, but there is only one smart and capable sect master like you. Yunjoga still needed Shirley's help. How about I help you find an obedient and useful corpse? Although Yunjoga's words touched Shirley, he still felt that he should do something. No need, I have many treasures on hand. You just need to help me stabilize Cho Sen and arrange a place for Nangongli and Bailey Moyun. There was only a month left until they set off. Even if Shirley could help her find a powerful corpse, she wouldn't have the time to tame and train it. That's good. You must let me know if you need anything. I will satisfy all your needs. Shirley was worried that Yunjoga was a greedy fellow. But now, he felt that she was being too polite. She didn't ask for anything, and he didn't even have a chance to perform. Don't worry, I don't treat you as an outsider. It's getting late, I'm leaving. Yunjoga waved her hand and was about to leave when Zishang reminded her, "We have to go into closed-door cultivation when we get back. Let him contact Nangongli and Bailey Moyun himself." He didn't want Yunjoga to be distracted by these things. All right. Yunjoga also felt that it was better to let Shirley handle these matters. She sent a message to Nangongli and Bailey Moyun and gave their communication talismans to Shirley before leaving. When he returned to his cave abode, Zishang carefully set up various defensive formations, as if he was afraid of being attacked. Aren't you being too careful? Even if someone really wanted to attack, Shirley would be the first to stop them. This month, I will be dual cultivating with you to restore my demon form. The commotion might be a little big. There's nothing wrong with being prepared. After Zishang set up the defensive formations, he started to set up the soundproofing formations. Don't tell me you want us to lie on the bed for this month. Although Yunjoga liked to dual cultivate with Zishang, lying on the bed for a month was too much. She wasn't a member of the Joyous Union sect. Even if she was from the Joyous Union sect, there was no reason for her to lie on the bed and cultivate every day. Of course I have to lie on the bed. After Zishang set up the soundproofing formation, he looked at Yunjoga. His purple eyes shimmered. Originally, I thought I wouldn't have the chance to restore my demon form. However, ever since your god blood recovered, I realized that my demon heart has started to condense. Don't you want to help me? Back then, Zishang had abandoned his physical body and transmigrated to this world. In the end, he had fused with a single-horned purple python. Although this single-horned purple python was a rare demon and had a very strong physical body, it was still a far cry from his previous dragon body. Now that he had the chance to restore his demon form, he naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. However, to restore his demon form, he needed to dual cultivate with Yunjoga. By borrowing her power of God, he needed her cooperation. Of course I want to help you. Ever since Yunjoga regained her memories, her guilt towards Zishang grew heavier. Even if it was to climb a mountain of swords and plunge into a sea of flames, she wouldn't say a word, let alone dual cultivate on the bed. Then let's sleep. Zishang had been waiting for this sentence. He picked up Yunjoga and put her on the bed. The two of them took off their clothes and began dual cultivating. This time, Zishang wasn't as gentle and considerate as before. He kept teasing her until she didn't want it anymore before entering. Instead, he solemnly and seriously rubbed a few of her acupuncture points according to the rules of dual cultivation. After she got used to it, he directly entered. Next, it was time to return to one. Their spiritual powers were interconnected. Just like that, the two of them lay on the bed day and night. When they were thirsty, they drank spirit dew. When they were hungry, they ate fasting pills. The effects of their cultivation were simply amazing. Demon marks began to appear on Zishang's handsome face. In the past, his demon marks were purple-black, colorful like snake marks, and there was a short purple sharp horn on his head. This time, the demon marks began to change color, turning completely black. The snake marks began to elongate and change, like waves rolling down layer by layer, rippling with incomparable demonic light. The purple horn gradually disappeared and was replaced by a black horn that looked like that of a deer. It seemed to contain endless power and looked extremely ferocious. At the same time that Zishang changed, the little golden chick in Yunjoga's dantian was also changing. The golden fluff began to have luster, and the little tender mouth became a lot harder. The most important thing was that the eyes were clear and transparent, as if they could see everything in the world. Yunjoga tried to open her spiritual eyes, which were much better than before. She could even see the changes of the surrounding spiritual power clearly. When the two of them dual cultivated, a lot of extremely pure spiritual power flowed out, and all of it was secretly absorbed by the cute little baby. Xiao Chow, eat more. This is all good stuff. The cute little baby gave all the pure spiritual power absorbed to the devilish fetus. Now, the devilish fetus was no longer like a baby tire. He now looked about a year old, with big eyes, a raised nose, a small mouth, soft black hair, and fair skin. He looked about 70% similar to Yunjoga. Now, the devilish fetus could walk steadily. When it waved its hands, the black devilish chi was faintly discernible. It completely looked like a little devil. Fortunately, the demonic tripod itself was a demonic weapon, which complemented its devilish chi. If it was any other spiritual weapon, it would probably have been destroyed. Xiao Chow swallowed the spiritual power sent by the cute little baby, and then began to meditate with her legs crossed. She couldn't wait to grow up and go out to protect her master. Under the influence of such a mood, her growth was also very fast, but she was still far behind Zishang. Chapter 454. In less than a month, the demon marks on Zishang's face had taken on the shape of a dragon. The antlers on his forehead looked hideous, and his aura grew fiercer and fiercer. Yunjoga and Zishang couldn't take it anymore. The little chick in her body didn't seem to change, but she felt something was off. She couldn't say what it was. Why don't we take a break? Yunjoga pushed at Zishang's chest. How long had they been cultivating? Her waist was about to break. This is the last time. Zishang could feel that his demon heart was close to completion. Just one last bit more. He kissed Yunjoga's arm, then pressed down. His passionate kiss enveloped her like a storm. Yunjoga felt like she was on a boat again. Tossing and turning, she felt like she was about to fly into the sky. In the end, Zishang's eyes turned red. His aura exploded, filling the entire cave with draconic energy. The small abode shook violently. If it wasn't for the soundproofing barrier and the defensive barrier, the abode would have collapsed. Yunjoga felt dizzy. She hurriedly wrapped her arms around Zishang's neck. Zishang grabbed her head and kissed her. A warm and violent aura entered her dantian. Yunjoga shivered as the little chick in her dantian burst into flames. Then, it reached her dantian and underwent a nirvanic rebirth. In the end, it transformed into a white egg inside of her. Zishang narrowed his eyes. The draconic energy finally condensed into a demon heart, beating in his chest. What's going on? Yunjoga almost kicked Zishang away. What? Zishang had just recovered his demon heart, and his eyes were still red. He didn't know what was going on. Look for yourself. Yunjoga patted her belly. Why is there an egg in there? Egg? Zishang looked at Yunjoga's belly in confusion. It was white, flat, and smooth. Open your demon eye and look inside. Yunjoga kicked Zishang angrily. This guy must have become stupid from cultivating. Zishang hurriedly opened his demon eye and saw a small white egg in Yunjoga's belly. It was only the size of a baby's fist, and it was especially beautiful and cute. He couldn't help but reach out to touch Yunjoga's belly. It was flat, and it was still soft. What the hell are you touching? What's going on? Yunjoga was about to die from anger. Her little phoenix had turned into an egg, so how was she going to cultivate the divine blood in the future? I don't know either. Can you try and see if your god's blood can still be used? Zishang asked. Let me try. Yunjoga stretched out his finger, and a golden flame appeared. Underneath it was the white bone fire, flickering with a faint light. Divine flame. Zishang's eyes lit up. This golden flame was unique to the goddess. Divine flame. Yunjoga only felt that this flame was very familiar, as if it had come from within her body. At this time, the thunder fire needle that had been kept in the storage bag all this time suddenly flew out. A faint golden light flashed behind it, and it circled around her like an obedient little bird. This needle doesn't look normal either. Previously, Yunjoga had only treated the thunder fire needle as an acupuncture tool, but now she realized that the thunder fire needle was as obedient as a child. It even sent a happy message to her heart. She casually waved her hand, and the needle turned into a beam of light that shuttled back and forth in the room, bringing with it bursts of golden light. It was incomparably beautiful. Your thunder fire needle is finally alive. Zishang seemed to see the goddess standing on top of the clouds. Thousands of needles rained down like a meteor chasing after the sun, covering the entire land. It seems that this egg is fine. Yunjoga could feel that the power of the divine blood in her body was very rich, even better than before. Could it be that the little phoenix has been reborn? Zishang also had no experience in this area. Maybe. Since it was fine, Yunjoga couldn't be bothered to think about it. Anyway, this little phoenix came out on its own. As long as the divine blood was still there, it was fine. Let's go. Let's go out quickly. We are leaving tomorrow. They are all waiting anxiously. Yunjoga looked up. The communication talismans had filled up the space of their cave abode. She randomly picked one and all of them were asking when she would come out of seclusion. Zishang's demon heart had been completely cultivated, and he could restore his demon body at any time. At this moment, the aura on his body was even more restrained and valiant. He could completely conceal his aura without the need for invisibility. When he didn't want to, he wouldn't attract anyone's attention. I will send them a message and ask where they are gathering. Yunjoga waved the communication talisman and sent it out. Ian Shirley quickly replied with a message. They were gathering at the Spider Workshop, which was the furthest away from Ian Corp's sect. Because this matter was very secretive, they had to hide it from others. Even Jin Yanwei from Enemy Mountain didn't know about it. Yunjoga packed up everything and went to the Spider Workshop with Zishang. The Spider Workshop was opened by a golden core stage spider demon beast and a rogue cultivator. This workshop was made from its own spider silk, and it was filled with white spider silk everywhere. Yunjoga had just entered the workshop when the white spider silk floated over. It looked like it was trying to entangle with her. Zishang stretched out his finger and flicked it. The white spider silk immediately started burning. Is someone following us? Yunjoga could also feel that someone was looking at her. This spider silk is used for surveillance, but it's fine. It's just a small spider. Zishang really didn't care about this golden core stage small spider. Yunjoga was about to ask Ian Shirley about the situation when a small white spider the size of a thumb floated in front of her. It was carrying a yellow communication talisman on its back. Ian Shirley's voice automatically floated out, "You've arrived." Your news came quickly. Yunjoga grabbed the small spider that was flashing with white light and played with it in her hand. The small spider squeaked. It was frightened by Zishang's gaze and obediently lay in Yunjoga's hand, not daring to move. The golden core stage spider in the spider workshop is my friend. We are waiting for you at the Drunken Fragrance Tower. Hurry over. Ian Shirley said. All right, then we will go over now. Yunjoga nodded and flicked the small spider away. As long as this golden core stage spider wasn't an enemy, it was fine. The Drunken Fragrance Tower is over there. Zishang scanned with his divine sense and had already figured out the situation in the spider workshop. Yunjoga followed Zishang into the Drunken Fragrance Tower and saw Ian Shirley sitting in the middle. On his right was Bailey Moyun and Nangong Li. On the left was Cho Sen and a beautiful woman in red. The woman's black hair was combed into small braids. Her eyelids were faintly purple and her lips were as red as blood. She was extremely beautiful. When she saw Zishang and Yunjoga enter, her eyeballs stuck to Zishang like spider silk. Chapter 455. You're here. Let me introduce you. This is my friend Chun Sonyang. This is our Ian Corp sex disciple, Yunjoga, and her guard, Yi Zi. Ian Shirley introduced them politely. Logically speaking, he had previously announced that Yunjoga was the sect head candidate, so he should be his disciple. However, because the almighty beings held Yunjoga in high regard, he did not dare to take advantage of him. I'm Lady Chun Sonyang. Greetings, Senior Yi Zi. I'll have to trouble Senior to take care of me during this trip to the mystic realm. Chun Sonyang gracefully rose to her feet and bowed. In the blink of an eye, a series of amorous eyes flew towards Zishang. She did not take Yunjoga seriously at all. In her heart, Yunjoga was just an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. How could he compare to Zishang, the great demon? Even though Ian Shirley had said that Zishang was Yunjoga's bodyguard, she had treated it as a cover-up. Zishang didn't even spare a glance at the little spider that thought too highly of herself and asked Ian Shirley directly. Just these people. That's right. Chosin said that the entrance to the mystic realm is at the 100,000 mountains. Chun Sanyang stayed there for a period of time. With her help, it will be much better. Ian Shirley explained this to Yunjoga. As for Chun Sanyang's disrespectful attitude towards Yunjoga, he did not deliberately correct her. The mighty figure asked him to protect Yunjoga, so the more inconspicuous Yunjoga was, the better. Zishang had the same thought, which was why he chose to give himself up instead of hiding himself. On the other hand, when Yunjoga heard the words 100,000 mountains, he thought of Juni Chen and Luo Tian. He wondered if he would be able to see them this time. After all these years, they should have improved a lot. If we have time, we'll go find them. Zishang knew what Yunjoga was thinking. All right. Yunjoga nodded. Ahem. Ian Shirley faked a few coughs and looked at Zishang respectfully. Senior, can we set off now? His attitude made it clear that Zishang was the leader of this operation. Let's go. Zishang nodded coldly, turned around and walked out. Ian Shirley took a step back and stood on Zishang's left. Chun Ernyang rushed to stand on Zishang's right side. Cho Sen had no choice but to follow beside Ian Shirley. Because of this, Yunjoga could only be reduced to walking with Bailey Moyun and Nangong Li. After all, they were all Foundation establishment cultivators. Yunjoga did not mind. She was about to ask Bailey Moyun something, so she secretly sent a voice transmission. I say, aren't you afraid of being killed by directly revealing your identities? The two of them were really bold, openly following the Yin Corp sect in and out like this. Were they not afraid of being misunderstood as the Purple Clouds sect and the Everlasting Sword Pavilion's betrayal? At the start, I was a little worried. Who would have thought that sect master Ian Shirley would be such a good person? Bailey Moyun and Nangong Li originally wanted to pretend to be Ian Shirley's bodyguards, but Ian Shirley said there was no need. They were all on the same side, and there was no need to hide. His attitude was quite sincere. What about Cho Sen? Yunjoga glanced at Nangong Li. This guy and Cho Sen still had a head full of lawsuits. He wondered how they were doing now. However, what she wanted to know the most was whether Bailey Moyun knew about the relationship between Cho Sen and the Nangong family. I don't know. Cho Sen didn't even look at us from start to finish. However, he probably won't do anything to us. Bailey Moyun shrugged. When Yunjoga heard this, she guessed that Bailey Moyun definitely knew something. She could not help but ask, did Nangong Li tell you about Nangong Yu? What about Aunt Yu? Why don't I know about it? Bailey Moyun feigned ignorance. Stop pretending. I already know about Nangong Yu. I've even seen her before. Yunjoga sneered. What did you say? Bailey Moyun blurted out. Ian Shirley, Cho Sen, and the others all turned to look at him. Nangong Li also looked over coldly. Oh, nothing. Bailey Moyun laughed awkwardly. He patted his spirit beast pouch and said, I'm chatting with my spirit pet. Chirp chirp chirp. Xiao Tao's fluffy bird head popped out of the spirit beast pouch. It glanced sideways at its stupid master. It was the scapegoat again. Later, we will first use our flying artifact to leave the Yin Soul Mountain range. Then, we will take a flying ship to the 100,000 mountains. Ian Shirley looked at Bailey Moyun with a hint of warning. They were a few thousand miles away from the 100,000 mountains. Hence, Ian Shirley had specially brought a small flying ship over. Yes, yes, yes. It's my fault. I will definitely pay attention. Bailey Moyun immediately apologized. Let's go. Zishang continued to walk forward. However, although he was walking in front, all his attention was on Yunjoga. He knew the content of her conversation with Bailey Moyun like the back of his hand. Hence, he was not flustered. "I say, why are you so excited? You want to follow us to the mystic realm with your unstable personality. Be careful not to drag us down." Yunjoga looked down on Bailey Moyun mercilessly. "No. Just now, you said that you saw Aunt Nangongyu. How is that possible? She has been missing for many years." Bailey Moyun and Nangongli grew up together. He was very close to Nangongyu. "I found a coffin in Cho Sen's forbidden ground. Nangongyu's body was inside. It has been well preserved all these years. Even her cultivation did not drop." Yunjoga truly admired Cho Sen's deep love for Nangongyu. "Aunt Yu is indeed with Cho Sr." Bailey Moyun had also heard some rumors about this. "Don't pretend. I don't believe that the Purple Clouds sect does not know of Nangongyu's whereabouts. Your Limitless Sword Pavilion is not inferior to the Purple Clouds sect. They have so much information about the mystic realm. Do you believe that you have an ancestral teaching that it has nothing to do with Nangongyu?" Yunjoga felt that the Purple Clouds sect definitely had more information about the mystic realm. However, Nangongli seemed to be a tight-lipped person. Hence, she decided to think of a solution from Bailey Moyun. No wonder. Bailey Moyun furrowed his brows and pondered. "I have quite a lot of information here as well. Why don't you use the Purple Cloud sect's information to exchange for it? I'm only doing this for Xiaodao's sake." Yunjoga continued to flirt with Bailey Moyun. "Lady Yun, Ali and I are friends who grew up together. I will not betray him." Bailey Moyun refused decisively. "I am not going to deal with the Purple Cloud sect. Why would you betray him? We are preparing to enter the mystic realm. I have helped you so much, but you are still hiding the information you have. If that is the case, then forget it. Let's see who is begging who when the time comes." Yunjoga rolled her eyes. "Lady Yun, don't be angry. That is not what I mean. Let me think about it." Bailey Moyun was very clear that the two of them could follow the Yin Corp sect so openly because of Yunjoga. They really did not dare to offend her. Chapter 456. If that's not what you mean, then what do you mean? I'll tell you something else. I have a way to summon Nangongyu's soul. It depends on your sincerity. Yunjoga threw out another bait. Really? Bailey Moyun was surprised at first, but then felt something was wrong. Then why don't you tell Ali that Aunt Yu is from the Purple Clouds sect? If you want benefits, you should go to him. I'll give you this favor, then you sell it to the Nangong family. I'll be able to kill two birds with one stone. Just tell me if you're willing. Yunjoga transmitted his voice over until his head hurt. This Bailey Moyun was still dilly-dallying like this. How annoying. Bailey Moyun did not say anything. Although he was not a meticulous person, he was still a true core disciple of the sect. He would think twice when he encountered important matters. At this moment, Zishang suddenly transmitted to Yunjoga. Why are you so interested in the Nangong family? Because I suddenly remembered something. Do you remember when we followed Si Yuyue? Didn't Nangongli transform into Wanli Mingxian after he left? Yunjoga still had a deep impression of that transformation technique. She was a master of disguise herself, but even after eating the illusion grass and transforming into a man, she still spoke and acted in the same manner as before. However, Nangongli was able to completely transform into another person, which made her feel that it was very strange. That was why she wanted to inquire about it. I'll find a chance to ask Nangongli. Zishang planned to use his demon eye to get all the information Yunjoga wanted to know. There's no need for that. If we can find out, we'll do it. If not, then forget it. Going to the mystic realm is more important. Both Nangongli and Wanli Mingxian were friends with Yunjoga. She did not want to make things too awkward. Sure. Nangongli was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Zishang could crush him with one finger. Yunjoga was happy. Just as Yunjoga and Zishang were transmitting, Bailey Moyun was also discussing with Nangongli. Lady Yun wants to exchange information about your Purple Clouds sect with me. Why would she do that? Nangongli's expression did not change, but he was extremely puzzled. I don't know. Do you think we should give her some information to deal with it? Bailey Moyun left the decision in Nangongli's hands. He didn't want to be estranged from his best friend after a trip to the mystic realm. Give it to her. Just tell her that our Purple Clouds sect indeed knows that Aunt is with Cho's senator. The reason why we didn't bring her body back was because we were afraid of alerting the enemy. After all, Cho Sen is the only one who came out of the secret realm alive. We still have to hope that he can go in again. Although Nangongli was very dissatisfied with the sect's method of using his aunt as bait to entice Cho Sen to work hard, his words didn't carry much weight and he couldn't change the sect's decision. Alright, I understand. Bailey Moyun received Nangongli's approval and decisively sent a voice transmission to Yunjoga. Alright, I'll trade with you. Actually, the Purple Clouds sect intentionally placed Aunt Yu's corpse with Cho's senator. Their goal was to make use of him. I don't think so. Yunjoga looked straight ahead as he followed behind the crowd. His voice transmission to Bailey Moyun was full of sarcasm. You and Nangongli discussed for half a day and came up with such information to fool me. You're too insincere. Don't expect me to help you in the future. Lady Yun, I'm not from the Purple Clouds sect. It's too difficult for me to ask for information from them. If you want information from the Limitless Sword Pavilion, I guarantee that I'll even get the Pavilion Master's sword manual for you. The Pavilion Master of the Limitless Sword Pavilion was known as the Formless Sword. The sword manual was a blank stone that contained his sword intent. Every member of the Limitless Sword Pavilion held one in their hand. Bailey Moyun had a few of them in his storage pouch. He often used them as favors and gained a lot of face. I'm not interested in your Limitless Sword Pavilion. Since you and Nangongli are so close, you must have some guesses about Nangongyu's matter. Yunjoga's soft approach didn't work, so he directly used hard tactics. I'll give you one last chance. If you can't give me information that satisfies me, we'll part ways. You guys can wait and see when we get to the mystic realm. Lady Yun, don't give me face. Do you really want Xiao Tao and Xiaoying to lose their master? Bailey Moyun begged pitifully. It's easy to get cultivators, but it's hard to get good goo. You don't have to worry about where they go. At most, you can just let them be masterless wild goo. That way, they'll have more freedom. Seeing Yunjoga's resolute attitude, Bailey Moyun was a little afraid. He glanced at the 4 golden core cultivators in front and Zishang in the middle. After thinking for a while, he finally decided to give Yunjoga some useful information. Actually, I've always suspected that a part of Aunt Yu's soul might have returned to the Purple Clouds sect. Really? This information was completely out of Yunjoga's expectations. A part of Nangongyu's soul had actually returned to the Purple Clouds sect. Then why did the Purple Clouds sect hide it and not look for Cho Sen? Whether it was a physical body without a soul or a soul without a physical body, both were extremely dangerous. If Nangongyu's soul could return to her physical body, it could more or less serve as a mutual nourishment. It was better than running around naked. It's just my guess, Bailey Moyun hurriedly explained. All these years, the old monsters of the Limitless Sword Pavilion had been paying a lot of attention to the Purple Cloud sect. However, even Bailey Moyun did not know the specific reason. Your conjecture is very reasonable. Do you think Nangong Li brought Nangong Yu's soul with him? If he could summon Nangong Yu's soul and ask her, many problems would be easily solved. Miss Yun, don't be rash. I'm just guessing. If Ali finds out, I'm dead. Bailey Moyun regretted that he had spoken too quickly. It would be over if he brought disaster to Ali. Don't worry, I'm just asking. If I really wanted to do anything, would the two of you still be standing here? Yun Joga still felt like a friend to Bailey Moyun and Nangong Li, otherwise, she would have directly tied them up and interrogated them. I know Miss Yun is loyal. Otherwise, the two of us would not have dared to follow you. Bailey Moyun hurriedly tried to curry favor. However, your sect is really strange. You actually sent 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. No matter what, you should have at least sent a golden core cultivator. Yun Joga continued to ask. Forget it, I won't hide it from you. Actually, our sect did not only send 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. We also sent a few golden core cultivators to follow the Heavenly Fragrance sect and the Danyang sect. The 7 Ask Pavilion and the Limitless sect entered the Mystic Realm through another route. As for which route, I don't know. Bailey Moyun started to reveal his secret again. However, Yun Joga would find out about this sooner or later. There was no need to hide it. Yun Joga was shocked. The 6 major sects had all gone. What about the remaining 4 sects of the Devil sect? Moreover, apart from this treasure map, what other barriers could they use to enter the Mystic Realm? Things were getting more and more complicated. Chapter 457. Don't think so much, just take care of yourself. Zi Shang transmitted his voice over. Oh. Yun Joga came back to her senses and realized that she was thinking too much. She was going to the Mystic Realm to find her old subordinate, Li Wei, and the thing that was sealed in the Mystic Realm, not to fight with the demonic sections. She only needed to look after Nangong Li and that slut. Yun Joga looked at Chun Sanyang's swaying waist and her posture of wanting to stick to Yun Joga. She felt like she was going blind. I say, aren't you worried that Senior Yizi will be seduced by this Chun Sanyang? Bailey Moyun winked at Yun Joga. Why, do you also think this Chun Sanyang is charming? Yun Joga asked humbly. To be honest, although she had seen countless men in her previous life, and each of them was the best of the best, those men were forced to submit to her because of her power. Most of them were dedicated, so she really didn't feel that she had any charm. Such a beautiful female demon, any male cultivator would want to have some fun with her. Not only can you improve your cultivation, but you don't have to take responsibility. Don't you demonic sects like this kind of casual marriage? Bailey Moyun chuckled. In the eyes of the righteous, demonic sects did whatever they wanted, killed whenever they wanted, slept whenever they wanted, and had no morals or shame. We are Een Corp sect, not the Joyous Union sect. Besides, appetite and lust are human nature. Demonic sects aren't the only ones who want casual marriage. I see that you are quite interested in it. Do you want me to help you? Chun Sanyang will definitely be interested in a fresh meat like you. If you sacrifice your beauty, you might even be able to rope in a backer. Yun Joga glanced at Bailey Moyun. Bailey Moyun and Nangong Li were both young, charming, and extraordinarily handsome male cultivators. They were indeed in line with the public standards. Sigh, she is a gold core demonic cultivator. Why would she be interested in 2 brats like us? Looking at Chun Sanyang's flirting, Senior Yizi is at least in the late gold core stage. Bailey Moyun probed. This has nothing to do with cultivation, and this has nothing to do with charm. As Yunjoga spoke, he secretly sent a voice transmission to Zishang. Don't keep that spider spirit hanging, hurry up and cut off this rotten peach blossom. Only by cutting off the spider spirit's thoughts would she be able to turn her attention to Bailey Moyun and Nan Gongli, the two fresh meat. At that time, in order to protect their chastity, it would be hard for them not to rely on themselves. Sure. Zishang smiled. No one knew what he had done to Chun Sanyang. Suddenly, Chun Sanyang's face turned deathly pale. She silently took 3 steps away from Zishang. She looked at him as if she had seen a ferocious beast. What's wrong with Madame Chun? Why does she look so pale? Bailey Moyun, who was secretly observing the situation, immediately sent a voice transmission to Yunjoga. Perhaps she realized that Yizi's bone was too hard for her to chew. Yunjoga chuckled to himself. With Zishang's arrogant temperament, it would be strange if he took a fancy to a little spider like Chun Sanyang. Chun Sanyang quickly returned to normal, but she didn't dare to look at Zishang anymore. Instead, she turned around and floated over to Bailey Moyun and Nan Gongli. Nan Gongli was still cold and arrogant. He didn't even look at Chun Sanyang. Bailey Moyun happened to meet Chun Sanyang's gaze. He immediately felt as if he had fallen into a spider's hole. His scalp went numb and he really wanted to shout for help. At this moment, Yin Shirley took out a red date stone from his storage bag and said, "All right, we have already left the Yin Soul Mountain Range. Let's get on the flying ship." The small date stone was carved into the shape of a flying ship. It looked very lifelike. Even the sails were swaying. Yin Shirley channeled his spiritual power into it. The date stone grew in the wind and immediately turned into a small flying ship. The red sails were fluttering in the wind. "Senior, please." Yin Shirley let Zishang go first. Zishang's figure moved and carried Yunjoga onto the ship. Cho Sen and Chun Sanyang followed. Next was Bailey Moyun and Nan Gongli. Yin Shirley was the last to board the ship. Although this small flying ship wasn't very big, it had everything. There were even a few attack turrets on the body of the ship. Its flying speed was also very fast. This kind of flying ship consumed a lot of spiritual power. However, Yin Shirley had been the sect leader of the Yin Corpse sect for so many years. He was a living corpse and didn't need spirit stones to cultivate. Hence, he had accumulated a lot of spirit stones that could be used. It will take 2 days to fly to the 100,000 mountains. All of you can meditate in your own houses. This is the house entry token. Yin Shirley gave out tokens to everyone. The Golden Core cultivators each had a room. Yunjoga, who was a woman, also had a room. Bailey Moyun and Nan Gongli shared a room. Yunjoga took the token and entered the room. The space inside was very small and the furnishings were very simple. The defensive formation was also very weak. However, it was still considered not bad. Yunjoga sat cross-legged on the bed. As she regulated her breathing, she checked the movements of the little white egg in her dantian. The little white egg lay quietly on the high platform in her dantian. As Yunjoga breathed gently, she felt a sense of intimacy. Yunjoga couldn't help but rub her stomach. There was a feeling of joy and uneasiness in her heart. It was very complicated, but she couldn't tell what was going on. "What's wrong? Is your stomach uncomfortable?" Zishang walked through the door and pulled Yunjoga into his arms. He placed his large hand on her stomach. "I don't know why, but I keep feeling uneasy. It's empty. It's as if my feet can't touch the ground." Ever since Yunjoga recovered the memories of her previous life, she often had this feeling. "Don't think too much. The catastrophe isn't for you alone. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Zishang patted Yunjoga's stomach. You don't have God's blood. How can you hold it up? When the sky was about to fall, she had sacrificed herself to hold it up. You only have God's blood now, but you don't have a God's body. You're no different from me. Zishang sighed. Sometimes, I really hope that you haven't recovered your memories. It would be great if you were as carefree as before. How about I seal your memories? Zishang looked into Yunjoga's eyes very seriously. Isn't that like burying one's head in the bell? I won't do such a stupid thing. Oh right, what did you say to Chun Sanyang just now? Why was she so scared? Yunjoga asked with interest. Nothing much. I just put something in her mind so that she wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Zishang said lightly. He just put a puppet rune in Chun Sanyang's mind so that Chun Sanyang wouldn't dare to do anything to him. And at a critical moment, he could connect Chun Sanyang to a puppet to protect Yunjoga. But there was no need to let Yunjoga know about this. I see. Yunjoga didn't think much about it. She closed her eyes and yawned. She didn't know why, but ever since the little phoenix turned into an egg, she was very sleepy and wanted to sleep all day. Go to sleep. I'll wake you up when we get there. Zishang patted Yunjoga's back. You stay with me. Yunjoga hugged Zishang's waist and didn't let go. Okay, I'll stay with you. Zishang lay down with Yunjoga. After she fell asleep, his eyes stayed on her abdomen for a long time. That egg would eventually become their child, the child of life. No, it was impossible. Yunjoga tried her best in her previous life but couldn't succeed. How could she succeed so easily in this life? Zishang sighed and didn't dare to think about it anymore. He placed his palm on Yunjoga's dantian and focused on helping her regulate the qi in her meridians. Chapter 458. When Yunjoga woke up, Zishang was no longer there. A row of defensive talismans was pasted on the door, obviously left by Zishang. She stretched, pushed open the door and walked out. The flying ship stopped in the air. The milky white defensive barrier had already risen. Zishang and the rest were standing at the bow of the ship and looking down. Cho Sen and Yin Shirley had very serious expressions. Bailey Moyun and Nan Gongli stood at the stern of the ship. When they saw Yunjoga come out, they waved at her. Come here, come here. What are you looking at? Yunjoga walked over and looked down. It was already dusk, the sun had already set halfway, leaving only the orange sunlight. The lush mountain range of the 100,000 mountains stretched endlessly, but the spiritual power was very thin. Occasionally, patches of gray or black miasma could be seen. It was indeed a holy land for raising venomous insects. I heard the seniors discussing that the entrance to the mystic realm was occupied by a group of Miao people, and they are discussing what to do. Bailey Moyun pointed to a piece of land in the east and said softly. Miao people. Yunjoga opened her spirit eye and looked carefully at the place Bailey Moyun was pointing at. She saw a large patch of black gas under the lush mountain range, but it looked different from the miasma. The 100,000 mountains is the territory of the Miao people. Although the 5 poison sect is not listed in the 5 demon sects, they are considered a mid-tier sect, and their strength is not to be underestimated. If they occupy the entrance to the mystic realm, it will be difficult for us to enter without anyone noticing. Bailey Moyun's face was full of worry. He originally thought that it would be smooth sailing on the ship of Yin Corp's sect, but he did not expect so many twists and turns. Sect Master will have a way to deal with it, we don't have to worry. Yunjoga stole a glance at Zishang. Zishang and the others should have discussed a solution and were walking towards them. Everyone get ready, we will find a place to land first, then go and investigate. Ian Shirley's words were mainly for Yoonjoga to hear. Got it. Yoonjoga gave Zishang a look, then returned to the house to pack up. Not long after, Zishang came in. What's going on with the entrance to the mystic realm? Does the Five Poison sect also have a treasure map? Yoonjoga really did not understand, how could there be treasure maps everywhere? We still don't know if it's the Five Poison sect's problem. Zishang spread his hand and a sheepskin scroll appeared before Yoonjoga. You got it from Cho-sen? Yoonjoga asked in surprise. Zishang nodded. He had asked Ian Shirley to get it for him. At first, Cho-sen was a little unwilling, but he did not say anything. Yoonjoga took a closer look and found that the route on the treasure map was very simple. It directly indicated that the entrance was on Goddess Mountain. Cho-sen didn't say how to get in. Secret realms were all in another space. Finding the entrance was only the first step. The most important thing was to figure out how to enter. He said that the method of entering the mystic realm is different every time. Last time, they walked to the entrance and were sucked in by themselves. But I guess he's still hiding something. Zishang was thinking of finding a chance to use Demon Eye to get Cho-sen to spill the beans. He must be hiding something. Right, I forgot to tell you. Bailey Moyun suspects that a part of Nangong Yu's soul has returned to the Purple Cloud sect. How about we use this information to make an exchange with him? Yoonjoga did not want to use violence against a problem that could be solved through peaceful negotiation. We can make use of this when the time is right. Zishang nodded. Using Demon Eye on a golden core cultivator required a lot of demonic power. It would be good to save it. We can go find Junie Chen and Luo Tian to ask about the situation. I wonder if Fei Fei can find them. Yoonjoga summoned Fei Fei. The black and white butterfly danced around her. Life Chi and Death Chi alternated between its wings. Fei Fei, let's go down and find Lil, Red and the Natal Goo later, okay? Yoonjoga threw a cherry pill to it. No problem. Leave it to me. Fei Fei swallowed the cherry pill and promised sweetly. It's too conspicuous like this. I'll seal its reincarnation power first to prevent others from discovering it. If you want to remove the seal, you just have to feed it a drop of blood. Zishang raised his hand and pointed at Fei Fei. A purple light covered Fei Fei's body and sealed the life chi circulating in its wings. Its black and white wings also turned gray, making it look like a moth. Sob sob sob, it's too ugly. Fei Fei landed on Yoonjoga's shoulder sadly. It couldn't accept being so ugly. It's okay. It's just ugly for a few days. I'll help you remove the seal later. Yoonjoga patted Fei Fei's head and comforted it. Sister's blood is good stuff. You won't lose anything. All right. Fei Fei had to admit that its master's blood was delicious. Lady Yun, we're here. Bailey Moyun's shout came from the door. Hurry up and leave. Don't let Chun Sanyang see you. Yoonjoga pushed Zishang out and left the house as if nothing had happened. The flying ship landed on a small open space. The ancient trees above blocked the sunlight. It was very dark. Yoonjoga got off the flying ship and stood with Bailey Moyun and Nangongli. Zishang stood opposite her. Ian Shirley stood beside him. He waved his hand and kept the flying ship. He said, let's go to the entrance and see if the people from Five Poison sect have occupied the place. What do you think? Sure. Zishang nodded. I'll lead the way. Chun Sanyang stole a glance at Zishang. Chun Sanyang is the most familiar with this place. Following her will save us a lot of trouble. Although Ian Shirley did not know what had happened, he knew that Chun Sanyang was afraid of Zishang like a mouse seeing a cat. If Zishang wanted to target Chun Sanyang, he would be stuck in the middle and would not know what to do. That was why he wanted to put in a good word for Chun Sanyang. Let's go. Zishang did not say anything else. Chun Sanyang recognized Zishang's approval and was very excited. She took out a white ball the size of a fist from her storage bag and threw it on the ground. The white ball automatically rolled forward, leaving a white light to guide the group. Yunjoga and the rest followed the white light. They did not encounter any danger along the way, nor did they encounter any miasma or poisonous gas. Soon, they arrived at Lady Goddess Mountain. Lady Goddess Mountain looked like a beautiful woman with her head lowered. At the foot of the mountain, there was a row of ramparts. They were all built with hard pine wood that was as tall as 2 people. On top of the ramparts, there were rows of people dressed in meow clothes patrolling. Every one of them had a colorful goo worm on their body. Looking up, there were many still buildings stacked on top of each other. The oil lamps were especially eye-catching in the dark night. It is indeed the 5 poison sect. Moreover, they are the elites of the sect. Cho Sen stood on a big tree and looked down. Although their Een Corp sect was not afraid of the 5 poison sect, they had hidden this from the sect. If the sect master went back to mobilize troops, the entire demon sect would know the location of the mystic realm. At that time, everyone would definitely want a share of the loot. Chapter 459. Those wooden doors are filled with parasite eggs. If we don't have a special way to avoid them, we'll be devoured the moment we get close. Yunjoga had been raising parasites for so long, he knew them like the back of his hand. There's no need for us to fight 5 venoms head-on. Let's first ask their sect leader if he knows where the mystic realm is. If he knows, we'll use the sect's power to threaten them and get a share. If he doesn't know, we'll think of another way. Ian Shirley was indeed a sect leader for so many years, he immediately thought of a solution. That's a good idea. Zishang agreed. Why don't I go find 5 Venom's sect leader with Ian Shirley? I have some ties with him, Chun Sanyang suggested. Ian Shirley and Chun Sanyang go find 5 Venom's sect leader. Cho Sen, Bailey Moyun, and Nangong Li stay here, Zishang said. Yes. Ian Shirley and Chun Sanyang answered in unison, then left the tree. Let's go. Zishang transmitted to Yunjoga. To where? Yunjoga didn't understand. To find Junie Chen and the others. Zishang landed beside Yunjoga from the top of the tree. What about them? Yunjoga looked at Bailey Moyun and Nangong Li, who were standing on their own trees. Just leave them here to watch. Chosen won't do anything to them for Nangong Yu's sake. Zishang pulled Yunjoga's hand and left. Chosen only glanced at them without saying anything. Zishang brought Yunjoga about 5 kilometers away from Lady Mountain before saying, "Let Fei Fei out." Yunjoga let Fei Fei out. The dusty little moth circled around her unhappily. It only became happy after eating 2 cherry pills. Go find Lil Red and the natal parasite, Yunjoga instructed. Fei Fei flapped its wings, flew up a little, then flew forward. Yunjoga and Zishang followed closely behind Fei Fei. After about 5 kilometers, they realized something was wrong. Aren't we going to Lady Mountain? I feel that Lil Red and the natal parasite are in that mountain. There seems to be something inside. I want to go in. Fei Fei flew up and down, wanting to rush in with Yunjoga. Wait. Yunjoga grabbed Fei Fei and looked at Zishang. Could it be that Junie Chen and Luo Tian have joined the 5 Venom sect? I'm not sure. Let's wait for Ian Shirley to return first. However, if Junie Chen and the others really joined the Five Poison sect, it would be a good thing for us. Zi Shang trusted those two people. Yunjoga nodded, but for some reason, he felt that something was wrong. Feifei was still making a fuss about going to Goddess Mountain, but Yunjoga directly stuffed it back into the spirit beast bag. Let's go find Cho Sen and the others first. Zi Shang brought Yunjoga back to the tree where they had been monitoring the goddess. However, he discovered that Cho Sen, Bailey Moyun, Nan Gongli, and the others had all disappeared. Where is he? Where did he go? Yunjoga and the others had only been gone for less than 2 hours. Even if the three of them had something to do and had to leave, they should have sent them a communication talisman. I can't contact him. Zi Shang crushed the communication talisman in his hand and began to carefully examine the few trees they had been squatting on. Finally, he found a bit of transparent mucus on the bark of one of the trees. This is a hypnotic spirit severing worm. They should have been captured by the Five Poison sect. If it was only Nan Gongli and Bailey Moyun who were captured, it would have been fine. But Cho Sen is a golden core cultivator. Even he was captured, and there was no sign of a fight. The enemy is too powerful. Only a nascent soul cultivator can capture a golden core cultivator without a trace. Zi Shang's expression was solemn. Although he had recovered his demon heart, it was still not easy to deal with a nascent soul cultivator. There are nascent soul cultivators in the 100,000 mountains. Yunjoga was surprised. Didn't they say that nascent soul cultivators were either in seclusion or strolling in places with more spiritual power? This is the entrance to the mystic realm after all. There might be something special about it. However, if it's like this, I'm afraid Ian Shirley and the others are in danger. Zi Shang sent a voice transmission talisman to Ian Shirley. There was no reply. As expected, he had also been killed. Why don't we go to Goddess Mountain to take a look? Yunjoga looked at the distant Goddess Mountain. She didn't know if it was her misconception, but she felt that the woman who was lowering her head seemed to be smiling. Go. Zi Shang was about to draw a concealment talisman on Yunjoga's body, but she stopped him. There's no need for you. Golden light flashed on Yunjoga's body. Runes naturally appeared and she became invisible. Don't use divine power. Zi Shang frowned. Now was not the time to show off. It's fine if I draw divine power into my spiritual power and mix it. Yunjoga felt that she was simply too smart. If she used spiritual power alone, she would only be a foundation establishment trash. However, if she used divine power, she would be able to reach golden core cultivation. Be careful. Zi Shang was still worried. Divine power was a unique power in the Blue Waves continent. If those people knew about it, it would cause great trouble. I know. Let's go. If we are late, they might be skinned and their bones torn apart. Yunjoga pushed Zi Shang towards Goddess Mountain. The two of them stealthily passed through the wooden fort. Then, they hid in the shadows and passed through layer after layer of stilled buildings. Yunjoga carefully sized up the people coming and going. They were all Miao people. They were wearing colorful clothes and there were all kinds of venomous insects on their shoulders and arms. However, the expression of these Miao people was somewhat sluggish. They didn't seem very smart. However, those venomous insects were very powerful. Each of them had their own specialties. If Yunjoga hadn't used divine power to conceal herself, she might have been discovered very quickly. Did you find Junie Chen and Luo Tian? Yunjoga quietly asked. No, they are not here. Cho Sen and Nan Gongli are also not here. Zi Shang shook his head. His divine sense had already swept through this still building. However, he didn't find any trace. Wait, let me ask Feifei. Yunjoga secretly released Feifei. The gray little moth excitedly flapped its wings and shouted towards the summit of Goddess Mountain, "There is good stuff there. Little red and life-venomous insect are all there." On the summit of Goddess Mountain, there was a temple built with mountain rocks. The faint candlelight was very obvious in the dark night. However, it gave a feeling as if it was far away in the horizon. It seems Cho Sen and Nangonglik should have been captured and brought to that temple. Zishang shifted his gaze towards that temple. His divine sense also spread over there. Yunjoga also opened his spirit eye and looked carefully. However, he discovered that there was a young girl inside that temple. She was nodding her head. As if she sensed someone was spying on her, she turned her head and looked towards Yunjoga. She suddenly smiled sweetly and stretched out her hand as if she wanted to greet Yunjoga. However, it also seemed as if she wanted to grab something. Chapter 460. Not good. Zishang suddenly grabbed Yunjoga and turned to run out of the mountain. The two of them moved as fast as lightning, and in less than 3 breaths of time, they had left the vicinity of Goddess Mountain. Yunjoga turned back to look. Goddess Mountain was still unmoving and there were no changes. "There is something spying on us in the temple. I have no way of getting close to her." Zishang's expression was serious. If they hadn't run fast, they would have had a big fight with that thing. Could it be that nascent soul cultivator? Yunjoga felt uncomfortable just thinking about that hazy woman. Not sure. Before he understood the relationship between the temple and the 5 poison sect, he did not want to alert them. "Why don't we capture someone to interrogate him?" "But I've taken a closer look just now. The people living in the stilt houses are all normal Miao people. They look dull and don't look like they know what's going on." Yunjoga recalled the dull eyes of the Miao people. If it wasn't for the thick life energy on them, they would be no different from mean corpses. "Let's leave Goddess Mountain for now and go to the 5 poison sect. Ian Shirley's cultivation is higher than Cho Sen and the rest. If he is captured, he should be able to leave behind some clues." Zishang quickly made his decision. "How do you know where the 5 poison sect is?" Yunjoga asked. "I don't know, but I should know this." Zishang flipped his palm and Chun Sanyang's white ball appeared in his hand. "When did you get it?" Yunjoga was shocked. "Wasn't this Chun Sanyang's ball?" "She has 2, give me 1." Zishang threw the white ball on the ground and ordered, "Go find your master." The white ball rolled forward. Zishang grabbed Yunjoga's hand and followed the white ball through many twists and turns. Finally, they arrived at an extraordinary tall building. There were 5 stone statues on both sides of the gray door. They were a scorpion, a centipede, a poisonous snake, a toad and a spider. "Follow me closely, don't touch their array," Zishang said softly. Yunjoga opened his spiritual eye and found that the 5 poison sect's array was also multicolored and covered the entire mountain. This array was much stronger than the one on Goddess Mountain. Zishang sent out a purple demonic aura to open up a path in front of him. Yunjoga followed closely behind him, looking left and right from time to time. However, along the way, they did not find any trace of a single disciple. The entire 5 poison sect was like a graveyard. "This is too strange." Yunjoga leaned closer to Zishang. He was panicking. "It's better if it's weird. Look around, there are still traces of people left behind. This means that there were people here just now, but they suddenly disappeared." Zishang waved his hand and shot out a cloud of purple mist. As expected, the smooth and flat ground showed signs of people walking around. Then where did they go? Could it be that the Empress Mountain has sent a message to capture us? Wouldn't we be walking right into their trap? Yunjoga wanted to retreat. What's there to be afraid of? I was just about to catch the person who cast the net. Zishang wasn't afraid of traps, but of not having any clues. They had just entered Miaojiang, and everything was strange. If he did not figure it out, he would not dare to bring Yunjoga into the mystic realm. All right. Yunjoga thought about the whereabouts of Cho Sen and Junie Chen's goo worms, and decided to take the risk. The 5 poison sects dark corridor was filled with the portraits of all sorts of poisonous creatures and Miao people. All of them were staring at Yunjoga and Zishang, the 2 intruders. Yunjoga realized that they were still at the same spot after walking a few rounds in the corridor. However, when he opened his spiritual eye, he could not see any traces of an array. Zishang muttered to himself for a moment, then took out Chun Sanyang's ball. The white ball landed on the ground and rolled outwards. However, it was bounced back by a wall. The white ball continued to roll towards that wall. Zishang kept the white ball and injected his demonic energy into it. The ball was ignited with a purple flame. Within the flame, a pair of small spider eyes could be seen. They were thin and long, and there were even countless of limbs growing out from the bottom. Go! Zishang threw the small blazing spider out. The small spider landed on the ground and fiercely crashed into the wall. With a loud bang, the wall collapsed and shattered into countless pieces. Behind the wall was a spacious and imposing hall. On the left and right were 2 rows of simple but imposing gray stone chairs. At the very top was a spacious throne, which was engraved with images of poisonous creatures. This was the hall where the 5 poison sect received their guests. After the small blazing spider jumped onto the second stone chair on the left, it turned back into the white ball. It seemed like Chun Sanyang had indeed been here. Yunjoga opened his spiritual eye and saw that the hall was filled with all sorts of sculptures. They were all images of Miao people holding goo worms in their hands. It was indescribably strange. Zishang walked to the front of the throne and stretched out his hand to brush the surface of the chair. However, he did not leave any marks. Did you see anything? Yunjoga walked to Zishang's side and asked. No. Zishang turned around and looked around. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched. Yunjoga looked over and realized that he was looking at a stone statue in the corner. Because of the lighting, its appearance was blurry. Yunjoga opened his spiritual eye and took a closer look. He realized that it was a stone statue of a black spider. It was much bigger than the other stone statues. Moreover, there was a human face carved on the back of the spider. It was a frightened head. Because the expression was too exaggerated and distorted, Yunjoga could not tell who it was. He could only vaguely tell that it was a woman. Zishang hooked his hand and the white ball jumped into his hand. Can you recognize who this is? Zishang said as he placed the white ball in front of the stone statue. The white ball swayed left and right. Then, it tried to stretch out a white thread and stuck it on the face of the stone statue. Zhi. The white ball seemed to explode as countless white threads pounced over. Some of them were even dripping down like a woman crying. This stone statue is Chun Sanyang. Zishang quickly scanned the hall before pointing to the tallest stone statue in the middle. That is the 5 poison sect's leader. Yunjoga looked over. It was a tall and mighty stone statue of a middle-aged man. He had a spider on his head, a poisonous snake on his left hand and a toad on his right. He was stepping on a scorpion and a centipede respectively. Are they dead? Yunjoga wanted to touch the stone statue. However, he was stopped by Zishang. We are not sure what happened. Don't touch it. Then what do we do now? They had found them, but they had turned into stone statues that could not speak. There was nothing they could ask. I did not see Ian surely. It is possible that he escaped. Let's leave this place first. Zishang waved his hand and called the white ball back. The white ball left its owner unwillingly. Then, it slowly retracted the thread that was stuck on the stone statue. Yunjoga's sharp eyes noticed a gray flash at the end of the thread. He immediately stretched out his hand and sent the ball flying. Chapter 461. The white ball rolled on the ground. In an instant, the gray dot at the end of the ball immediately spread out, and the string ball immediately turned into a stone ball. Yunjoga pulled Zishang back a few steps. When he looked up, the wall was already shining with gray light and was approaching them. Let's go. Zishang grabbed Yunjoga and charged out, passing through the hole in the wall and arriving at the corridor. He found that the originally empty corridor was filled with stone statues. Roar, roar, roar. Those gray stone statues roared as they approached Yunjoga. Zishang stretched out his hand and condensed a spear made of demonic power, stabbing it. The stone statue instantly shattered but soon reformed. At the same time, the wall started to crumble as countless gray stone statue goo worms spewed out gray smoke. Yunjoga set up a defensive barrier that was infused with divine power, isolating the gray smoke. Zishang charged towards the door with an indomitable will, but the stone statues increased in number and squeezed together. He could not move an inch. The entire Five Venoms sect seemed to have awakened as more and more stone statues joined in. Zishang broke a pile of stone statues and was immediately drowned by another pile. It was impossible to fly and escape. The sky was already occupied by flying goo worms, covering the sky. In the hall behind him, the Five Venoms sect leader had also awakened and was roaring angrily and viciously. Follow me closely and charge out when the opportunity arises. Zishang saw that the situation was amiss and decided to use a big move. I got it. Yunjoga put on his flying thunder wings and stood behind Zishang, gathering his spirit energy. Zishang injected demonic power into his spear and shot towards the door. The violent demonic power tore all the obstacles it encountered into pieces. Yunjoga used this opening to escape the whirlpool and arrive near the door. With a cracking sound, the 5 poisonous creatures at the door started to revive and were about to pounce at Yunjoga. At this moment, a gray cold aura spewed out from the southeast corner and froze the 5 poisonous creatures. An ugly woman with white hair and black skin stood at the southeast corner and waved at Yunjoga. Yunjoga charged towards her without hesitation. Zishang, who was at the rear, swung his spear and shattered the pursuing stone statue before following Yunjoga. The 5 poisons, who had broken free from the cold aura, let out angry roars. After circling around the area once, they could only return to the entrance unwillingly. The entire 5 Venoms sect returned to its initial silence. Are you alright? Zishang looked at Yunjoga nervously. I'm fine. Yunjoga shook his head and turned to look at the woman who had helped them. He was shocked. Yi Yunji, why are you here? Why aren't you by Yi Yu's side? This ugly woman with white hair and black skin was the living corpse Yi Yunji. Yi Yunji did not respond to Yunjoga's question. Instead, she turned around and continued to float forward. Yunjoga followed closely behind her and entered the dense forest. After a few turns, they came to a swamp where gray miasma filled the air. Yi Yunji stood still at the edge of the swamp. Many Miao people's figures appeared on the surrounding trees, all holding black crossbows aimed at them. The purplish-black arrowheads glinted with poisonous light. Who are you? Why have you come to the 5 Poison sect? A pretty girl with exquisite facial features appeared in front of Yunjoga, stepping on a colorful butterfly. She wore a red dress with circles of black patterns woven from goose silk. She wore a silver bull horn headdress on her head. Her cultivation level was at the early stage of foundation establishment. And who are you? Where did you get this living corpse? Yunjoga's expression turned even colder. Yi Yunji had actually come out alone. Did something happen to Yi Yu? Why, you recognize this living corpse? The pretty girl raised her eyebrows and asked. This is a gift from me to a friend. Yunjoga once had the chance to subdue Yi Yunji. However, he had given up on it. So it was right to say that she had given it to Yi Yu. Liar, how could this be a gift from you? Fire your arrows and take her down. The pretty girl's expression changed instantly. At her command, the Miao tribesmen who were lying in ambush shot out black arrows towards Yunjoga. Zi Shang reached out to collect the arrows and shot them back at the Miao people. Plop plop plop. The Miao people all fell from the trees and fell unconscious. The pretty girl's expression changed drastically. She flipped her hand and took out a bronze corpse control bell. She shook it forcefully and then ordered Yi Yunji, capture them. Yi Yunji's body swayed but she did not move. Hurry. The pretty girl swayed even more violently. The bell rang and Yi Yunji's body kept swaying but she did not attack Yunjoga according to her orders. The pretty girl was so angry that she almost smashed the corpse control bell. She stepped on the colorful butterfly beneath her feet and countless goo worms crawled out, surrounding the entire swamp. Yunjoga flapped his thunderstorm wings and his figure flashed past the goo worms to appear in front of the pretty girl. The pretty girl pinched her fingers and the bull head headdress flew up to fight with Yunjoga. Yunjoga used his evil saber to attack but was sent flying by the bull head. You're only at the early stage of foundation establishment and you dare to fight me. The pretty girl sneered and wanted to take Yunjoga down. As Yunjoga dodged backwards, his fingers moved slightly. Thunderfire needles silently appeared and pierced into a few major acupoints on the girl's body. Ah! The pretty girl found that she had been hit and wanted to run, but she was already caught by Zi Shang who was waiting on the side. It's useless even if you kill me. The pretty girl angrily glared at Yunjoga. I don't want to kill you, I just want to ask you where you got this corpse control bell and how you know how to control her. Yunjoga took the corpse control bell from the pretty girl's hand and gently shook it. Yi Yunji floated to her side. How can you control her? The pretty girl's eyes popped out. This corpse control technique was something she had pestered her elder sister to obtain. Her elder sister gave her the corpse control bell to give her an extra layer of protection. But this Een corpse did not listen to her at all. As soon as it came out, it slipped away and didn't listen to her when it came back. I'm the one asking you now. Yunjoga shook the bell again and Yi Yunji came over to hold the young girl down. Hey, ugly monster, be clear about who's with you. The young girl angrily roared at Yi Yunji. Yi Yunji did not move. Who are you calling ugly monster? Yunjoga's anger came out. Yi Yunji was Yi Yu's elder sister, but she was actually being controlled by a little girl who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and was even calling her ugly monster. Even if Yi Yunji didn't have any self-awareness, she still couldn't accept this kind of insult. I'm not talking about you. The pretty girl did not have any thoughts of being a prisoner at all. She still had an expression of, you don't dare do anything to this old lady. Yunjoga really wanted to beat her up, but he didn't dare act rashly before understanding her. What's your name? Zi Shang spoke. His indifferent eyes split into three and turned like a kaleidoscope. Chapter 462. The pretty girl looked at Zishang's demon eyes and couldn't help saying, "I'm called Wuya, I'm the daughter of the 5 poison sect master. My big sister told me to bring some people to watch over the 5 poison sect." "Who is your big sister and where did you get this corpse from?" Zishang asked. "My big sister is Wulan and this corpse is brother Yiyu's. He is currently heavily injured and was sealed. Before he was sealed, he gave this corpse to my big sister to use." Wuya said. "Yiyu was injured." Yunjoga was shocked and couldn't help asking, "What kind of injury did Yiyu receive? Is it serious?" "He was cursed and half his body turned into stone. He can only rely on the seal to alleviate it." Wuya continued to say. "Why was he cursed and where did the power of the curse come from?" Yunjoga's eyes were fierce as he continued to ask. "I don't know where the power of the curse came from. Big sister Wulan and I went out to do some things and when we came back, we found that father and the people had all turned into stone. It was brother Yiyu who saved us, but he was also infected with the power of the curse." Wuya's voice was low and her face was filled with pain. "Bring us to find Yiyu," Zishang ordered. Wuya led the way. Zishang and Yunjoga followed her through the swamp and after several turns, they arrived at a flat valley. The valley was like Goddess Mountain, it was surrounded by pine trees and there were several defensive arrays behind it. The valley was filled with stilt houses and there were many normal Miao people living in it. There were several black figures flying in the sky and the patrolling soldiers on them saw Wuya coming alone with 2 strangers, they immediately sounded the alarm. The entire valley was like boiling water, the normal Miao people all retreated into the caves. The Miao people with cultivation bases formed small teams and hid behind the buildings in the valley, ready to attack at any time. "Call Wulan out." Yunjoga's cold voice spread throughout the valley. Because of Wuya's attitude towards Yunji, she did not have any good feelings towards this Wulan that she had never met before. Not long after, a giant black eagle appeared in the sky above the valley. On top of it stood an early gold core stage, a valiant-looking woman. Her skin was the color of wheat, and her eyes were wild. Her hair was tied up high, and she was dressed in black men's clothing. She looked like a decisive woman. "Who are you? Why are you attacking my little sister?" When Wulan saw the corpse control bell in Yunjoga's hand and Yi Yunji, who was holding on to Wulan, her expression became very serious. "I am Yi Yu's friend." "It was your sister who attacked us first," Yunjoga replied coldly. "What proof do you have that you are Yi Yu's friend?" Black Orchid raised her slender eyebrows. "Do you think this can prove it?" Yunjoga smirked and suddenly shook the corpse control bell. Yi Yunji let go of Wulan and disappeared from where she was like a ghost. She then appeared in front of Wulan, her fingers stabbing towards her chest like knives. Black Orchid raised her hand to block, but was invaded by Yi Yunji's cold chi. She hurriedly used her spiritual power to expel the cold air, and the black eagle beneath her opened its mouth to spit out several green wind blades towards Yi Yunji. Yunjoga waved her hand, and Yi Yunji returned to her side. "Is this proof enough?" Yunjoga asked calmly. "It's enough, but I didn't know that Yi Yu had this kind of friend. He's even more skilled at controlling this corpse than he is." Black Orchid's seemingly straightforward words were actually filled with probing. "You don't know because you're not familiar enough with him." Yunjoga gave a mocking smile. "Miss, do you have some sort of misunderstanding towards me?" Black Orchid knit her brows, not understanding how she had offended this person. "You're thinking too much, I want to see Yi Yu, can you lead the way?" Yunjoga did not want to talk about Yi Yunji. "Of course, but shouldn't you put my sister down first?" Black Orchid sent the black eagle in front of Yunjoga. "There's no rush, let's see Yi Yu first." Yunjoga gave a fake smile. This black orchid did not care about Yi Yunji, who knew how she treated Yi Yu. It seems like you really care about Yi Yu, then come with me. Black Orchid did not look at her sister anymore, sending the black eagle flying into the valley. Yunjoga took out the evil blade and stepped on it with Zishang. Yi Yunji carried Wuya and flew through the air, following beside them. Right, I haven't asked for your names yet. Black Orchid asked with a smile. My surname is Yun. Yunjoga had no intention of introducing Zishang at all. So it's Miss Yun. Black Orchid did not ask any further. I heard that your 5 Venoms sect has been cursed. Yunjoga asked from the air. Yes, right now the valley is filled with the believers who went out with me on the mission, as well as their families. Black Orchid answered without hesitation. Where did the curse come from? Yunjoga asked again. I don't know. Black Orchid shook her head, her face full of worry. Yunjoga was about to ask if it had anything to do with Goddess Mountain, but Zishang stopped her. There's no rush, we can talk about this after we see you. You're right. Yunjoga exhaled, calmed down, and did not ask any further. Black Orchid's black eagle landed on the tallest 3-story building in the valley. This building was built entirely out of black stone, exuding an icy aura from the inside out. This is an ice stone I dug out from the land of frost years ago. It has a special effect on suppressing the curse. Black Orchid got off the black eagle and walked towards the building. Yunjoga followed behind her, and saw black coffins covered in runes placed on the walls inside. The coffins had no lids, and he could clearly see the half-petrified Miao people inside. Some of the Miao people had already turned into stone statues, only their heads were still humanoid, their eyes tightly shut as they lay inside the stone coffins. These are all people who were cursed in the past. I sealed them here in hopes that one day I would find a way to remove the curse. Black Orchid's expression was pained. These were all her most loyal guards, but now they could only be sealed here. I've been to your 5 Venoms sect and saw the petrified cult master. His cultivation doesn't seem to have disappeared. Yunjoga looked at Black Orchid. After those who are cursed or turned into stone statues, they will be controlled by a mysterious power to attack us. If we are injured by them, we will be infected. Father doesn't remember us at all now. Black Orchid's heart ached at the thought of her father. She let out a long sigh, and pulled herself together, asking Yunjoga, what business does Miss Yun have in the 100,000 mountains? I rushed here because I received Yi Yu's letter for help. Where is he now? Yunjoga spoke empty words. He's on the top floor. Black Orchid clearly did not believe him, but she did not ask any further, and led Yunjoga and the others up. The stone statues of the Miao people on the 2nd floor were lighter than the first, and there were fewer of them. When they reached the 3rd floor, they saw a black coffin placed right in the middle. Yi Yu lay calmly in the coffin. Chapter 463. Yunjoga looked carefully and found that there were no major wounds on Yi Yu's body. It was just that everything from his thighs down had turned into gray stone. When Yi Yunji saw Yi Yu, she immediately threw Wuya to the ground and floated to Yi Yu's side to protect him. What is your relationship with Yi Yu? Yunjoga was truly worried that Yi Yu and Black Orchid were having an affair. In the past, it was Lu Yunfei, and now it was Wulan. His taste in women was just too bad. Yi Yu and I only met by chance. When we were trapped in the 5 Poison sect and were about to be annihilated, it was Yi Yu who brought his corpses and brought us out of there. He is the benefactor of our 5 Poison sect. Wulan said as she looked at Yi Yu. Since he is your benefactor, why are you ordering his corpses around like little soldiers? Yunjoga asked without any politeness. Miss, I think you have misunderstood. First, this Ian corpse is not Yu's life source Ian corpse, I have already asked him about this. Second, I did not treat this Ian corpse as a little soldier that I could order around. Before Yu was sealed, he gave this Ian corpse to me and let me take this Ian corpse to find a way to break the curse. It wasn't convenient for me to patrol the base, so I could only let my little sister run errands outside. I was afraid something would happen to her, so I gave this Ian corpse to her to protect herself. In order to find a way to remove the power of Yu's curse, we couldn't sleep at night and ran all over the place. Yu and the people on the first floor were cursed at the same time, but the curse has only spread to his legs. We've also paid a huge price. Wulan was still complaining, but she was coldly interrupted by Yunjoga. Since you gave Yu's Ian corpse to your little sister, you should teach her what respect is. My little sister is young, sometimes she doesn't pay attention to what she says, I hope you won't lower yourself to her level. Wulan also knew her little sister's character. She had always thought that this Ian corpse was ugly, but she never thought that it would offend someone. Before Yu wakes up, this Ian corpse is under my care. Yunjoga lightly said. Of course. Wulan's heart was uncomfortable, but the Ian corpse was already under Yunjoga's control, so she couldn't do anything about it. Excuse me, I want to be alone with Yu for a while. Yunjoga wanted to give Yu a detailed examination, but it was really inconvenient for Black Orchid to be present. Alright, I'll be waiting for you on the first floor. Just give me a shout if you need anything. Black Orchid nodded considerately, and when she turned to leave, she didn't let Wu go along with her. This woman is not simple. She knows when to yield and when to stand tall, Zishang said indifferently. Yunjoga's cultivation base was only at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, but Wulan, a golden core cultivator, was extremely polite to her. It was truly rare. I thought she did it because of you. Yunjoga was already used to the courtesy of a golden core cultivator. I hid my aura just now, so she didn't notice me. Zishang was in a semi-invisible state just now. Now that you mention it, I also feel that this Wulan is very scheming. It seems that we need to be careful when dealing with her. Yunjoga nodded, then went to the side of the sarcophagus to look at Yu. At this time, Yu's cultivation level was already close to the middle stage of foundation establishment, but because of the power of the curse, the spiritual energy in his dantian was completely stagnant. Zishang, what do you think this power of the curse is? Yunjoga opened her spiritual eye, and only saw a ball of sticky gray liquid tightly blocking Yu's lower limbs. I've never seen power like this before. Zishang shook his head. He wanted to pull some out to inspect, but he was worried that it would affect Yunjoga. Yunjoga had the same concern. This power of the curse of unknown origin was like an extremely infectious virus. Before she had prepared her defenses, she didn't dare to touch it. But Yu's power is spreading a little slowly. Yunjoga thought of the petrified Miao people on the first and second floor. They had been cursed for a shorter period of time than Yu, but their speed was much faster. As for Black Orchid's bullshit about them paying a huge price, she didn't believe a single one of her fingers. At this time, Yunji suddenly stood up, and placed her palm on Yu's leg. Pure cold Yin Qi entered his legs, and the great power of the curse retreated slightly. I see. Yunjoga realized. Yunji had a Yin spirit physique, and the Yin spirit Qi in her body could actually stop the power of the curse from spreading. Then would her divine power have the same effect? Your divine power has no problem dealing with this bit of power of the curse, but you can't use it here. Zishang saw through Yunjoga's thoughts. I'm not that stupid. If she removed the power of the curse in Yu's body, then Black Orchid would definitely ask her to help remove the Miao people on the first and second floor, including the people from the 5 Poison cult. If this was a normal time, saving people was not a big deal. But her most important mission this time was to find the entrance to the secret realm, and find clues about Li Wei and the catastrophe. She didn't have the extra energy to be a good person. And she didn't know what was going on with Cho Sen and Junie Chen. Her divine power was limited, and she had to take it easy. First floor of the ice building. After Black Orchid woke her sister up, she was questioning her about Yun Joga with a straight face. I don't know where she came from. Wu Yi said with a wronged expression, the Yin corpse you gave me wasn't useful at all. I had her patrol the surroundings, but who would have thought she would go to the 5 Poison cult and lead those 2 people over? Black Orchid asked and asked, but she couldn't get any clues about Yun Joga's group from her sister's mouth, so she changed the topic. What did you do to that Yin corpse? Why were they so angry? I didn't do anything. Wu Yi had a sullen expression. Didn't she just call that Yin corpse ugly? What was wrong with that? You better pay attention in the future, this is Yi Yu's Yin corpse after all, it's not your goo. Black Orchid snappily said. I know, sister, you have to be careful of those 2 people, especially that girl, she's very strong. Don't think that she's only at the Foundation establishment realm, she's very hidden. She subdued me in one move, I still don't know how I fell. Wu Yi said in a worried voice. Your rainbow butterfly goo and bullhead goo are useless against her. Black Orchid raised her eyebrows. Although her little sister was disappointing, she had refined goo since she was young. Normal early Foundation establishment realm cultivators wouldn't be able to take advantage of her. It's useless, she's not afraid of those goo at all. Wu Yi shook her head. Her invincible goo were even a bit afraid of that girl. It's good that she's strong. No matter what, she's Yi Yu's friend, so she's our friend. Black Orchid was lacking people to help, having a strong person was better than having trash. Chapter 464. Right, how is Big Brother Yi Yu? Is he feeling better? Have you found the reason why he's stopping the curse from spreading? Wu Yi glanced at the 3rd floor of the building and asked in a low voice. No. Black Orchid shook her head, her gaze sweeping across the sealed parishioners. The people sealed in this building were all parishioners who had decent cultivation bases and were loyal to her. These believers were cursed at the same time as Yi Yu, but the power of the curse stayed on his legs and was slowly fading away. However, many of her believers were completely petrified and had been thrown into the cellar to be sealed. During this time, she had been observing Yi Yu's condition day and night. She had even secretly obtained some of his blood for examination, but he was no different from the other believers. If she could find the secret behind it, the 5 Poison sect might be saved. Sister, don't be discouraged. We will definitely find a way to save Father and the believers. Wu Yi comforted her sister. Alright, you don't have to worry about things here. Hurry up and bring some people to the swamp to get the poison believers back. I'll go up and see how their discussion is going. Wu Lan sent her worried sister away and walked up to the 3rd floor. By then, Yun Joga had finished examining Yi Yu and was just in time to see Wu Lan when he opened the door. Miss Wu Lan, you've come at the right time. I wanted to discuss something with you. Yun Joga said lightly. Miss Yun, please speak. Wu Lan smiled. I want to take you away. Yun Joga said directly. Wu Lan was stunned and asked hurriedly, why? Did we fail you in some way? No, I just want to take him away from the 100,000 mountains and find a friend to see if they can undo the curse on him. This was the excuse Yun Joga and Zishang had come up with after discussion. Miss Yun, you might not know this, but those who are cursed will immediately turn to dust once they leave the 100,000 mountains, Wu Lan said seriously. I've already done experiments. Even those who have stayed in the 5 Poison sect for a long time will turn to dust once they leave the 100,000 mountains, much less those who have already started petrifying. In other words, you might already be infected with the curse, but it has not started acting up yet. If you leave now, you might die. There's such a thing. Yunjoga had not expected the power of the curse to be so overbearing. It was even scarier than the plague. Miss Yun, these ice stones can suppress the power of the curse. We usually go out for too long, and when we come back, we will meditate here. I dare say that there is no better place in the 100,000 mountains than here. Moreover, we owe you a debt of gratitude, so I cannot just watch you bring him into danger. Wulon advised earnestly. Why don't we stay and observe the situation first? Yunjoga looked at Zishang. They had a common enemy with Black Orchid, so there was no need to make things so tense. Up to you. Zishang was indifferent. That's right, why didn't you let me ask her about the Goddess Mountain just now? Yunjoga asked via voice transmission. Wait for her to ask herself. Trust me, she's definitely more anxious than we are, Zishang said meaningfully. All right. Yunjoga felt that Zishang was more black-bellied than him, so it was definitely the right choice to listen to him. Miss Yun, what do you think? After speaking for a long time, Black Orchid saw that Yunjoga did not respond at all, and felt a little uncertain. We'll talk about this later. What I'm curious about is, Miss Wu, you've been investigating the power of the curse for so long, don't you have any clues at all? Yunjoga asked. You won't believe me if I say that I don't have any clues. In reality, before the power of the curse appeared, my father suddenly said that he had received instructions from God, and then he built a divine temple on Goddess Mountain, and sent a bunch of Miao people to guard it. After the divine temple was built, something happened to our 5 Poison sect. Black Orchid felt that Yunjoga would not act until she saw the rabbit, and felt that she had to give her some benefits. God's instructions. Interesting, she had been a goddess for so many years, but she had never seen a god's instructions. Yunjoga smiled coldly, then continued to ask Black Orchid, then didn't you send anyone to the divine temple on Goddess Mountain to take a look? I sent many people in, but not a single one came out alive, including the goo worms. When Black Orchid spoke of Goddess Mountain, fear appeared on her face. Although she had never entered it, just looking at the divine mountain from afar made her feel fear from the depths of her soul. Yunjoga frowned. It looked like she would have to go to Goddess Mountain to find the final secret. Not necessarily, Black Orchid still has something else to say. Zishang secretly transmitted his voice to Yunjoga. Seriously, can't these people just tell us the truth? What's the point of hiding it like this? Yunjoga was venting her anger on him. You've just arrived today, even an idiot wouldn't tell us everything immediately. Zishang was speaking the truth. All right. Yunjoga admitted that Zishang was right. I'll try him again when I have the chance. Zishang comforted Yunjoga. It's all up to you. Yunjoga was relieved. Black Orchid had been sneaking glances at Yunjoga's expression all this time. She saw that her expression was constantly changing, and she had no idea what she was thinking. She also felt slightly uneasy. Miss Black Orchid, I've decided to stay and search for the reason behind the power of the curse with you. I'll be in your care in the future. Yunjoga finished her transmission with Zishang, and gave Black Orchid a friendly smile. That's really great. Black Orchid let out a sigh of relief, and then asked half-jokingly, I wonder what Miss Yun came to the 100,000 mountains for. Don't tell me that Yi Yut sent you a distress signal. Our 100,000 mountains is filled with poisonous miasma. Wanting to send a communication talisman is harder than reaching the heavens. I won't hide it from you, I'm actually a disciple of the Corpse sect. This time, I accompanied 2 of our sect's Golden Core seniors to visit the 5 poison sect master, but I didn't think that they would never return. After I snuck into the 5 poison sect, I found that one of the Golden Core had already turned into a stone statue, and the other Golden Core had disappeared. When I escaped, I saw Yi Yu's Yin corpse, so I followed her to find you. Yunjoga's words were half true and half false. I wonder what your Yin Corp sect seniors came to find my father for. Black Orchid had already guessed that Yunjoga was a member of the Yin Corp sect. I'm not sure about that, the seniors didn't say, but I'm guessing that they're here to ask for goo. Yunjoga shook her head. Her words were reasonable. The 100,000 mountains had a rich variety of goo, and they could even customize their functions, so they were much better than spirit beasts. When some sects had special needs, they would also specially come to ask for goo. So that's how it is. You said that a Golden Core disappeared, then where did he go? Black Orchid continued to ask. I was just about to ask you. You've always been monitoring the 5 poison sect in the swamp, did you see anyone escape? Yunjoga wanted to find Yin Shirley, so she needed Black Orchid's help. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.